All right, welcome back. We had a harrowing experience for some people, a little more than others, but we survived. Quick little recap. You guys made it to the bottom of the mine, which seemed like it had been existing longer than the mine itself. You found the frozen over bodies of some of the miners that you'd been looking for. And you also seem to have found the source of the cold magical effect that seemed to have been permeating the whole valley. It was a multicolored growth of crystals, some as large as each of you. And that cold was emanating from them. Grolyd tried to experiment a few times with a blanket to no effect, and then touched it with the tip of the pickaxe and disappeared. And so your cautious experiments went out the door. You guys lashed yourself together, I believe, and jumped in after him, where you found yourself, you believe, to be in the Shadowfell. Some sort of structure that had long been dormant as far as you know, and proceeded to explore the icy caverns below, and didn't really find a whole lot outside of a series of pylons, a series of obelisks that, as you passed, either gave you a splitting headache or gave you a glimpse into the past of one particular entity. And as you continued forward, some of you were getting rocked pretty hard, Whisky especially. It didn't seem like, even if he got a glimpse of these particular visions, he was still getting hit pretty hard. And you decided some of these visions reminded you of a particular story from a book you'd acquired. And as you were taking a peek into the book, Ryohn felt compelled to keep moving further in and eventually started dashing toward a sarcophagus that was at the long end of a hallway. And so you guys started chasing after him. You were able to disable him, calm him down, and then the rest of you pretty much proceeded to rush ahead to the sarcophagus and open it. At which point you were greeted warmly, and by warmly I mean with a breath of cold, frosty air, by a white dragonborn known as the Colored Claw. Whisky recognized this creature immediately as someone who had killed him in a past life, and darted away momentarily, came back, and after he regathered his wits and steeled his resolve, decided, no, it's my turn to kill you. So as you guys were putting down some ghosts and some various spirit creatures, some of the miners that you were looking for,
sadly,
you were able to, with 2 well-placed arrows, finish off this dragonborn, and Whisky dimension doored up and basically forcibly prevented him from breathing, so kind of auto-failed his death saves at that point. And the last thing that Whisky heard, do you remember, Whisky?
Yes, he said, "Brother, I am not the one to worry about. I am just the shell. He is your problem." And he looked directly at Ryohn, which in turn I turned around and gave him the catitude stare.
So that's where we left off. But I also told you that because you had discovered this crown atop his head, that's been our milestone so far. So you guys technically have now leveled up, although we're going to have most of that take effect once you finally get around to another long rest. But before we jump in, why don't we go down the list and find out what everybody decided to do for their level ups. If you took a particular spell that you would like to be a surprise to the viewers, that's fine. Just say, I grabbed a couple spells. That's fine. But other than that, Awna, what'd you end up doing?
I went with the Peace Domain Cleric multi-class. The emphasis here is I'm going to be using the Emboldening Bond as a form of mobile constellation amongst the individuals that are attached to it.
Makes sense.
Awna here with all the hats.
Awna is going full on absurd. Cool. All right. I'm interested to see how that makes you even more OP.
That'll be interesting.
Grolyd, how about you?
Grolyd, who is not aware of this yet, but has been touched by the Shadowfell through his adventures there, and has taken the Shadow Touched feat, gaining the ability to once a day turn invisible and to cause fear in his enemies once a day. Although, as I have mentioned, he doesn't know this yet, and it'll be interesting on how our DM springs this new abilities on Grolyd.
All right. Yes, I have thoughts, as you knew I would. Let's see. How about Link?
Link is taking a second level in Fighter. And he will have a new ability called Action Surge.
Oh yeah.
Even more arrows.
All the arrows.
Excellent.
You'll see the arrow of his way.
I doubt that.
That was bad.
The enemies he faces have failed this city.
He does wear green.
That's true.
All right, Nona.
So do leprechauns.
Well, I just took another level of barbarian, and Nona got a little bit stronger.
Yeah.
Yeah, rocking that 20 strength now.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah.
Nona, at what point do you get... there is a new thing they added from Tasha's guide, and I can't remember what level that you get it. Do you have access to something that actually allows you to either move or attack as part of your rage action now?
Well, I don't remember seeing that pop up on the list when I leveled her up.
It could be one of the new additions. It's like in the third drop down when you're in the character editor.
It's a second, yeah, but I think, Nona, you verified that you had those checked already, right?
Yeah.
There is something called Instinctive Pounce as part of...
Yes, that's what I'm thinking of, yeah.
As part of the bonus action you take to enter your rage, you can move up to half your speed.
Yeah, what level does that happen?
Seventh
Seven.
level.
Yeah, so you should technically already have that.
Oh, cool.
So yes, that's a good reminder if you need it, that you technically had that already. So when you use your bonus action to rage, you can move up to half your speed as part of that bonus action.
Ooh, nice.
That's pretty awesome.
Yep. All right, let's see. I'm bouncing back and forth between multiple channels here. Picks.
Well, picks, I decided, is really liking magic, so I took another level of wizard. Grabbed a couple spells that I felt were pertinent to to some of our problems that we've been having lately, but I want to keep them a surprise.
Okay, fair enough. All right, next we have Ryohn.
I continued on in Warlock, obviously. It's done me well so far.
It's arguable for your party members, but yes.
Right, exactly. If people were sick of me before, my new spell will confirm that.
Oh.
Don't worry, I don't stink, though.
Oh, okay.
Are you down with the sickness?
I'm radiating.
Yeah, that's a fun one, and especially for a warlock with very limited spell slots. Getting a couple concentration spells are pretty big. You can just maintain those and then pot shot. All right, Whiskey.
Yep.
Whiskey went a little more crowd control. I upped my constitution 2, so that is now at an 18. And I replaced the spell I have not used since October. And
which one is that?
That is a quick spell. It is one of my what do you call it? The ones I picked up through my class. But I got one that actually I can cast instantaneously and not have to control. That could be a surprise.
Fair enough.
And my control one I picked up slow.
Gotcha.
Ooh, nice.
Slow is a good one. Yeah.
It's a good one. It's not as good as hypnotic pattern, but with
to be fair, you saved our butts
as
so
a
many
counter on
times
that or an additive, it would be nice.
Well, I say so many. It's been what, 3 times? But every time it's saved our butts.
Well, if that doesn't work, then they get hit with a slow, and
hey, there you go.
The slow is actually very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, slow has hampered many a GM from thinking, oh, this is a challenging encounter, to, oh, you guys finished that in 1 round? Cool.
That's Whiskey's point. Don't get hurt. Walk away.
If you're a good crowd control caster, you can pretty much ruin every GM's day, every single combat.
I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. I said if you're good, that's just the challenge for the GM.
There's ways around it, but I'm not saying. But then you have to come up with other ways, and that's why we have a team.
Yep, exactly.
Mm-hmm. So,
all right, Willam.
Rather than go with this, I went leveled up in Paladin again to 8, and rather than just go with the straight ability score bonus, which was the option, I chose the Heavy Armor Master feat, which did give me a 1 tick bump to my strength up to 18 from 17. And assuming I can find some heavy armor at some point, the benefits of that are that basically, I think if I remember it right, on non-magical weapons, you don't take any slashing, piercing, or bludgeoning weapons.
I believe you are resistant.
Resistant, yeah.
Yeah, so you take half damage to any non-magical bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing.
No, actually, I don't think that's it.
It's not full-on resistant? Is it just a couple of points of resistance?
I think it's, hold on, I think it's special.
I thought it was a full-on resistance.
Where does that show up? Features and
you reduce by 3.
Okay.
Which is
that's still good.
I mean, depending on how much damage you're taking, it's either decent or it's better.
Yeah.
If you take 3 points of damage, then you take no damage, as opposed to just reducing it in half. You're still going to take 1 point.
That's true.
So anything 1, 2, or 3 points, you just shrug off and don't even take, which is kind of nice. But yeah, if you get into higher amounts, you're normally taking 15 or then reducing it by half. You're not going to get as much of a benefit, but it is very nice. And especially getting that strength up 1 more point means you've got a +4 now on your attacks and your damage.
Yep.
So it was like a nice double dip. Anything in particular? Oh no, because it was level 8, so you didn't get any particular paladin abilities with that, right?
Nope.
It seems like you got plenty as it was.
Oh, I hit that by mistake. Sorry.
That's all right. No problem.
Something.
You're too eager to test out that strength bonus. Wasted
just
19.
Flexing.
Yeah, exactly. Willam's just down the hall, still swinging away at ghostly entities. All right, well, level ups taken care of mechanically. We're technically right in the middle of a fairly tense standoff between Whisky and Ryohn, although Ryohn may not actually realize exactly what's going on, as he just recently was put inside of a cage and was released just in time to see Whisky glaring at him.
Oh yeah, that was like psychic cage or something like that.
Yeah, I don't even remember what it was called.
It was like psychic damage and
Yes.
all that. It was
Yeah, it
all
was
in his
psychic,
head.
and nobody else could
Mind
see it.
prison.
Yes, thank you.
That it was. There it
Yep.
was. Nasty spell.
So Willam, you're near enough that you can kind of probably sense this, but your back currently is turned as you were finishing off the last of the creatures. Grolyd has a front row seat for all of this.
Did you see the text message?
Probably not. Let's see. No, I don't have any text messages. Unless it was from earlier in the week and I just missed it.
I think their power went out.
Whisky has lost power.
Oh, interesting.
Oh no. That means we lost both of them.
Yep.
Ain't that grand.
Well, this is awkward.
All right.
Yes, our Ted standoff has just become more Teds.
Very tense.
Well, what you guys actually are seeing now is Whisky and Ryohn almost kind of going catatonic and just staring at each other, not really moving. They're also not collapsing at all. They're locked kind of eye to eye, almost as if they're not fully present, but they're still conscious.
Okay. Did we? Are we done?
Is everyone okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
Nice shots there, Link.
Thanks. It's good to get a kill in there. And by kill, I mean knockout.
Yeah, Pix will start walking forward. So, wait, what's going on? Why are you guys? We're done, right?
I think so. I'm gonna come up as well.
Yeah.
There's no response from the two of them.
Guys. What now? I'm gonna do a quick detect magic to see if they're under some sort of spell influence.
Okay. I would say because of your dabbling in this particular field, you're seeing faint swirls of almost like cosmic energy. Something closely resembling like time and space swirling around the two of them.
Does it remind me of when me and Awna were peering into the dodecahedron?
Yeah,
Yes.
the orb thing that you've got. Yes. It is much less dense. That you just kind of peered into and just got lost in, right?
Yes.
This is just kind of, there's swirling energies. You recognize this as dunamis.
Okay, well, it's not mind magics per se that they're influenced, and I'm kind of waving my hands in front of their faces, but they're definitely under the influence of dunamis, like time and space magics. Whatever's going on here,
you're noticing this doesn't seem to have been, they're almost creating this. That's the best that you can, they're almost emanating this toward one another.
Okay. It's not that they were placed under, it's more they're generating the effect themselves. It may be similar to the visions that we got before. I mean, if what we've been guessing before about their relationship in the past is correct, they may be locked in some kind of shared vision. That's the best I can give you all.
Well, do we try to break him out or just leave him to it?
I don't know if we should, or if we can, per se. I mean, if they're generating the effects themselves, it's not really something. It could just be a self-feeding loop, or just as soon as the effect is broken, it starts up again. If anything, it would have to be in maybe an anti-magic zone to completely stop it, but I certainly am not capable of anything like that.
Well, do we try and carry him out?
I kind of missed that real quickly. We got shut down.
That didn't work.
Yeah, you guys are currently in some kind of weird space-time stasis thing. Don't worry about it. We might be able to try to lie them down, get them somewhere comfortable. They're not collapsing, but I imagine once they get control of themselves, they're gonna startle.
No, that's not right. I'm trying to use divine sense here, Anthony.
Gotcha. I think it's probably just a custom counter to use.
Any idea what that is?
Try doing like so CC is custom counter, and then do like divine and see if that works.
Nope.
Don't do sense unless you put it all in quotes, divine sense in quotes. But CC divine probably.
There it goes.
So what did we decide on the custom counters? You just set it to 2?
I think so.
Okay, so do CC divine space 2.
Okay. Basically, I'm trying to sense if there's any more.
No, you just
That too.
Oh, -1. Do CC divine -1.
-3 to get rid of the 2 extras.
Oh, if it is counting as the 2 overflow, yeah. No, I didn't think so.
Nope.
Okay. It's fine. All right,
Hold
so
on.
now do 2. All right, Whisky, you and Ryohn don't actually see any of this going on at the moment. The oddities of your friends trying to figure out what's going on. You two are feel like you are weightless and floating in some sort of weird cosmic space. In many regards, you feel like you've been here before, but it seems unfamiliar all the same. Almost like it's a long lost memory, something that's been repeated over and over again, but not in recent times, or not in this body, perhaps. But the only other thing that you see at the moment is the other person. And it seems like as you continue moving, you're walking. You can feel something solid beneath your feet that allows you to walk. It's not like you're floating or anything, but it seems like the only way that you can move is taking you toward the other person or away from the other person.
It would be a way.
Where are we?
Whisky, even as you're walking away, you hear Ryohn, his voice, almost like he's right beside you. He's not, but it sounds like he's right beside you.
So it was you that killed me.
What do you mean? I didn't kill you. I mean, if we're dead, we're both dead, so...
Not here. Not here.
You know I would never kill you, right?
At this point in time,
What, you believe that other guy was me?
No, I believe that you were him at one point.
I don't think that's how this works. I mean, I can't be alive 2 places at the same time.
Did you ever read the story? Were you around to listen to the story?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I heard it.
But you didn't listen. If this is true, they are locked in a constant to and fro battle.
Well, then
you just
break.
happen to be, now that you're here, I stop a moment and stare at him. To the GM, are the gems from the crown in his head?
He still has the 3 that you're familiar with.
Because the crown was missing when I got there.
What? Yeah, the Ryohn that you currently see is the Ryohn you've gotten used to seeing.
Okay. The crown is missing, Ryohn.
Well, yeah, I mean, look where we are. That's someplace that doesn't really exist.
It exists because of what happened. It's as much to me a shock as you, but it seems that we are playing this. As a bard, I have to accept until the facts come out that this is history of the story taking place. He called me brother. He doesn't know me as a tabaxi who I am.
Well, if he called you brother, it sounds like he knows who you are. And you certainly acted like you knew him from somewhere.
You don't listen when people talk, do you? I explained that far back when you got your gem, your red one in your head. That's probably why you were so distracted. Power and all such.
I never saw what you described to us, so...
I described a white dragonborn grabbing me by the throat, ripping off my medallion and breathing on me and casting me into the ravine dead. And that was him, which seems to be you.
But
now, I can't say that you now will be like him, but if you progress any further with those stones, you will become worse than him. I don't think you have the power within you to overcome the temptation. You couldn't overcome the temptation to gamble. It saddens me, Ryohn. But I will stay and guard you and keep you from this, even if I have to do obvious things I don't want to. For your sister, your mother, and your father. And for you. Yeah. And every time you get a temptation to do something wrong, think of Jin and what happened.
I never stopped thinking about her.
Because that could be the tip of the iceberg of what you do. If this is really her wanting to come up from the pits of hell, you are the gateway. We are heading into a situation that could destroy this part of the continent even worse than it was before. And if that happens, even though no one listens, we will be sacrificed by the Dracons, whatever, I forget what they are, the Dragonborn. They will take us and kill us for destroying their lands because we think we can do this. I'm not sure we can fight this wizard who's been around for what, millennia? And if he's been born like the rest of us back and forth through time, yeah, if he knows who he is, he's more powerful than we are. None of us know who we are. But I'm just a bard who sings songs in bars and who relishes in hidden ruins for little objects that people just want to put on their shelves.
Ryohn just sits down with his legs crossed and just ponders what Whisky's been telling him.
Whisky, you see the amulet around your neck just light up ever so slightly, and it feels a little bit warmer.
I grasp it.
As you do, there's a swirl of light around both of you, and a figure almost as if made of completely of stars in this big vast cosmos type of space that you're standing in.
Does it look like Awna? Like how Awna looks?
But the light is so bright you can't actually make out any features. It definitely looks very female, but you can't actually see a face or anything like that.
Well, that will be my first thought. Just
sure. Well, make me a religion check.
It would help if you put the C in.
Don't bother, it's Awna.
Okay.
16.
It is one of the prime deities. You wouldn't be entirely certain if not for the fact that the amulet around your neck is called the Kiss of the Changebringer. Presumably, this would make sense that this probably is some sort of vision of the Changebringer herself, of Andra.
Mm-hmm.
You watch her kind of coalesce. Ryohn, you definitely are seeing this as well, and there's still energy that's swirling around each of you. And
I would jump up and take a couple steps back.
Okay, fair enough. You see, no matter where you go at this point, and Whisky, you were walking away from Ryohn, but now as you look around, you two are essentially shoulder to shoulder. Not sure how you got there, but at
this
least
is
right
like
now,
the upside down.
It is, but it's a lot less scary.
Well, it's just water.
Yes. In that sense, it's not necessarily water, but you're almost walking on stars. You're walking on as you look down. Actually, make me a perception check.
Both of us, or just him?
Just Whisky.
To whom I'm aware. 24.
As you're kind of glancing around this entire space, you look down, and if you didn't know better, it almost seems like you're not walking on water. You're almost walking on time itself. That what you're standing on as you peer down into the murkiness and through the light. Each of those lights actually are glimpses of your past, or as you look at them, glimpses of a different past. And some of them are of you, some of them are of Ryohn, some of them have a centaur, a firbolg, various different animal entities. Some of them have drow. Some of them show two drow brothers together. You see a few others that are a little more disturbing to you, various draconic images, especially that of this white dragonborn. that you face down. But as you're looking down, it seems like the path the two of you are currently standing on is comprised of your own memories. And she stands in front of you and just kind of lets you soak all this in. Ryohn, she doesn't seem to move towards you or speak until you seem to have at least in some capacity calmed yourself down. And then she looks at both of you and says, "It has been a very, very long journey for the two of you, has it not?"
Looking below me, it is like an eternity.
There's a laugh, not a mocking one, but a lighthearted, like as the laugh kind of carries, she composes herself and says, "I could understand how a mortal would see a couple of lifetimes as an eternity. Yes, in that way, it is true."
It looks like more than a couple, but yes.
"And to you, Kioro, I have been with you the entire time." And she gestures toward the pendant. "Though sometimes it seems you are much further from me than I from you." And then she looks to you, Ryohn, and says, "Do you know who they say that I am?"
Ma'am?
Another just, this one is just like gleeful laughter. "Not if I can help it. They call me the change bringer. I'm the one they call on for luck. I'm the one they ask to rise up against tyranny. I'm the one that they call on when someone needs a change." And she kind of, even though you can't even see eyes, it seems like she's peering directly into your soul as she kind of cocks her head to the side and says, "Is that something you would like?"
Yes.
She doesn't
And more than just for gambling too, I think.
She doesn't say anything more, but Whisky, the head turns to you and cocks again to the side as if she's asking you the same question.
Yes. To be rid of this constant conflict.
Indeed.
It seems that all we do is kill each other through time. Does nothing.
Indeed.
I think I'm tired of it.
I can understand that. So perhaps it's time for a change for you both. But it has to be a decision for both of you. If one agrees and one does not, there's not much I can do to help you.
Well, yeah, I don't want to be killing him. I can't imagine I ever would.
So you both are done with the petty squabbles. Both choosing perhaps to embrace brotherhood again. Yes?
Yes.
Yeah.
Then it seems there's only one choice left. And the starry figure dissipates into lots of smaller light and splits into two separate symbols. One looks like a coin. It's constantly kind of turning, almost as if somebody had flipped it and it has yet to land heads or tails. You recognize this as one of her symbols. She's bringer of luck and fortune. Merchants, travelers worship her. This is the symbol of the Changebringer. The other half of the lights form into this shape and figure of a claw, one that both of you recognize very well. And you hear a voice, Ryohn, say, "The choice is yours. Choose wisely. Because this opportunity may not present itself for a number of more lifetimes."
What am I supposed to be choosing?
There's no response. Just the shimmering light of a gnarled draconic claw to your left and to your right. Just the spinning, tumbling coin.
Is there one next to each of us?
No, you get the impression, Whisky, that this is Ryohn's decision.
Okay.
Technically, one is more in front of you. The coin a little bit more in front of you, and the claw a little bit more in front of Ryohn. But it seems like this is a choice for Ryohn. The best, make a make an insight check, Whisky. Okay. Yeah. Especially in this space and with your mind clear and Avandra kind of manifesting herself in this way to you, you know that you've had a long journey with her as well. Sometimes a little bit more adherent, sometimes just, calling on her when it's convenient because that pendant has meant so much to you, the amulet that you wear. It's been lost for a number of lifetimes to you at this point, and it seems like you drifted further and further away from her. But in this moment, it seems like she is kind of renewing her connection with you, and it seems like at least to some degree she's allowed you to do the same. But true to her persona as being the change bringer, it seems like she's allowing Ryohn potentially to turn over a new leaf, but he has to choose.
Yeah, I'm not saying anything.
Yeah.
I'm just staring at him.
Ryohn starts to reach towards the coin and then stops right before he touches it. Just kind of stares between the two. Pulls his hand back just a little bit like he's trying to decide. And then slowly reaches out again to grab the coin.
Do you take it?
Yeah, he almost closes his hand on it and then stops. Like he's not 100% sure he likes not knowing what's going to happen. And then he goes ahead and grabs it with his hand.
All right, both of you see as the energy swirls around your hand, wraps around and continues to build and grow, this light floating and spinning up your arm, encompassing your entire body from head to toe. Whisky, for a moment you can't even see Ryohn. He looks like he's glowing almost as brightly as the figure that you just recently saw in front of you. And then almost as quickly as it engulfed him, it just kind of bursts into almost just this stream of coin that tumbles down into the memories below you. And when you look up, there is no claw, there is no coin, there is no light. It's pitch black. The only thing you can see is Ryohn. And Ryohn, the only thing you can see currently is Whisky.
Does he look different?
Make a perception check.
$21.
You don't see any gems in his forehead, and he has a bit more of a glow to him. It is even more golden looking than he normally was.
Whisky falls to his knees and starts crying.
But are they in real time now?
And if they see that, maybe Whisky falls to the ground and cries where he's at.
Yeah, I would say at this point, Ryohn, as you're watching Whisky do this, you guys don't necessarily even notice. To you, you just at the moment see only each other. But yes, for the first time, the rest of the party, and this has really probably only been about 2 or 3 minutes in real time for the party. For the first time, you see Whisky take a knee right there on top of the sarcophagus and is just openly weeping. And Ryohn seems to be moving again, even though they haven't necessarily recognized any of you.
Ryohn would drop to his knees and just take Whisky in a big hug.
Oh. Did I get blinded by magic at any point?
No, actually what happened is while you're watching, at some point the detect magic goes away, almost as if dispelled.
Curious. Huh. But once they start moving again, I was like, "Wait, Whisky, Ryan, you guys okay?"
While Ryan is hugging me, I reach up with my paw, my hand, and I tap his forehead.
Wait, what? What?
Well, this is much too much for me. And Grolyd turns and walks out.
Ryan, your gems are gone. Oh, wait, is that bad? Or is that... I don't know. Is that good or bad?
You do see, though, clutched in one of Ryan's hands is a similar looking crown. This doesn't look nearly as gaudy, ornate, and it still has the remnants of all the colors built into it, but it almost looks more like a rainbow effect across the front of it, that it goes from the reds to more of an orange and a yellow and a green, blue, purple, that type of thing, with like a white on the far side and black on the other far side. Almost as if all 5 of these gems have kind of been blended together and merged into a singular, multicolored, multifaceted gem.
Like a prism?
Similarly, but in a prism, you would look at it as clear, almost like a diamond, and as light hits it, it would kind of break off. It's almost as if you're seeing the prismatic effect already kind of built into it.
But wait, weren't those sockets empty just a moment ago? I mean, So many questions.
Just a minute.
Yeah.
When they both had a good cry, Ryan will finally stand up and
especially if Whisky realizes that the people are around him again.
Yeah. Anthony, while all this is going on, the divine sense I cast. Any more undead in the area?
No.
Oh, good.
The ping there, you noticed a brief hint while they were kind of locked for a while of celestial energy. You couldn't even necessarily place a particular celestial being, but you sensed almost Ryohn and Whisky themselves almost emanating celestial energy, but that too is gone.
Got it.
But seriously, are you guys good? Are you all right? You're almost locked up for a moment there, for a few minutes.
I think for the first time, we probably are both all right.
Thanks to the Changebringer.
Oh?
Yes.
Huh.
And thanks to a moment of wisdom for Ryohn.
Well?
I'm not sure where that leaves me now, though.
I'm glad you're
Clean,
both all right,
Ryohn.
though.
Fresh to start anew is where it leads you.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll see.
It's all in your hands now. Or the Changebringers, whoever you decide to put it in.
Oh, yeah, I guess your old patron is no longer there now.
I just kind of absently rub my forehead and realize the gems aren't there anymore.
Yeah, you notice that, and as you notice that, what you're also getting is this weight that you didn't realize you were carrying. Not necessarily like a physical on your shoulders type of thing, but almost like this feeling of your life not fully being yours is gone. You couldn't have placed it prior to this, but now that it's gone, you realize it's not there. And instead, there is this overwhelming freedom to do things differently, to take a new path, almost as if for the first time in at least this lifetime, if you make any mistakes along the way, more so than ever, you have no one to blame but yourself. And that's both scary to you and freeing.
Yeah, because I can't blame the devil for it now.
Correct.
Or Tiamat in this case.
You
so
also
do I get the impression that my actual cords to her are gone?
Make just a straight wisdom check. Okay.
Not very good. 10.
Average.
You haven't pieced everything together, and maybe over time things will start to click a little bit more for you. But what you're gathering is that you know what you were told was that there was some sort of oppressive entity, and there was a guardian angel that came and gave you the ability to overcome this oppressive entity. And now you're wondering if both of these entities had been present all along and you just had it wrong.
She was a deceiver. She was the last.
Who was?
Ryan?
All the dreams that I was having that started this out, that were scaring me, and then the offer to protect me from them, I think that was the same entity.
I don't know how the change bringer would do that. But
Not the change bringer, the deceiver.
the only one I saw is the change bringer, Ryan.
I'm talking about when I originally got the first gem, the blue one.
You're talking about this middleman being.
Yeah, I think now that I'm thinking about it, it would make sense if she's a deceiver. What better way to get me to agree to help her than to protect me from something I'm afraid of?
Yeah. Simple con. Just scaled up. But yeah.
Now I'm curious if there is a guiding angel out there somewhere.
Seems to be in your case.
Well, if what you guys just said is true, you literally just had divine intervention come in, so I think you've got someone looking out for you.
Yeah, Whisky, you make a wisdom check too. Just a straight wisdom check.
Is there anything else than a straight wisdom check?
Crooked wisdom check.
15.
Hearing Ryan kind of spell this out, you've heard him talk about this before, but hearing Ryan spell this out and having had the experience that you had, when he mentions wondering if there actually is a guardian angel out there, you know of one who seems to have claimed to never left you. And if she never left you, there's a good chance you know who never left him either.
Yes, her. You just met your guardian angel, Ryan.
The change bringer? I mean, that's like a whole lot bigger than just an angel.
She's never left me through all my lifetimes.
Are we all done crying now?
Yes, you can come back.
You all
Don't
do
worry,
notice.
Grolyd, we'll protect you from the dagger too.
All of you do notice that Ryan has always had kind of slightly golden skin. Some of you guys probably haven't really taken much stock in that, but there is a faint glow to him, more so than he's ever had before.
Hey, Ryan, not to point out the obvious, but do you know you're glowing? Like, literally?
Very shiny.
You have that pregnant woman glow.
No, I'd say it's more.
Maybe a little more. Yeah.
That one's a bit more figurative. I mean, literally, I think he's giving off light.
I guess my ancestry's showing through a little more now.
Wait, were you just some kind of elf?
No, I'm Azamar.
Human, not elf.
Pix doesn't know.
Or at least
Pix always assumed, based on his golden coloration, he was just another elf.
I love the fact that even in fantasy games, people outside of your own race, you all look the same. That's still so tropey, but so true. It makes sense that the bird can't tell anybody apart.
They're like Klingons. They all look the same.
Wait, really? Huh.
Yeah,
Somebody needs to watch more Star Trek.
not an elf, sorry. Not
Oh,
even half elf. Just like apparently we have some celestial in our background, and I got a little more than anybody else in the family.
no. Okay, wait. Nona,
Yeah?
are you not an elf?
No, honey. I'm
Oh.
human. Just plain human.
And Pix is just looking between you and Ryan now. I was like, this is
I'm tan because I spent a lot of time outdoors in the sun. He's golden because of divineness things.
Grolyd walks up and pats
each other
Pix on the shoulder. I'll be an elf for you.
But you're an orc. Like, that makes sense. I'm whatever I am. And he's a tabaxi. It's simple. It's easy. You can tell right off the bat. You elves and humans, it's like there's no telling the difference between you two.
Was it my tail that gave me away?
Quietly stepping away a little bit because he doesn't want to confuse Pix even more.
Awna is an elf.
We're not going to talk about the half breeds.
I start like sidestepping the confused Pix.
Nona reaches over, grabs Link. This is an elf. See? Pointy ears, very slightly built.
Hey, Pix. I think I can help you.
Yeah.
There's treasure nearby.
You know, that does help. Let's, that Dragonborn guy. He had a nice looking shield.
It's a
And
coffin lid.
Pix goes over to the dead Dragonborn. Or what?
Make an investigation check.
Yes. Oh, really? Roll a 10. Man.
It is still pretty evident without much searching around. There are at least 3 items of actual value here, and then the rest you can choose on your own. He has a rod that looks very similar to Ryohn's. His shield definitely looks valuable, and the outerwear, the clothing that he kind of has on, covering his whole body, some of it worn over, some of it worn under his scale mail armor, also seems to be of interest.
Okay.
And then on top of that, there's a spear that's still in the sarcophagus. There's a light crossbow also in the sarcophagus with a handful of bolts. And like I said, the scale mail armor. You're not sure if there's anything to that, but it is scale for anybody who is interested in medium metal armor.
All right.
Nothing else that you just at a glance seem to have any interest in. There are a number of holy symbol types of things, all with either a multicolored spectrum on it or a draconic claw or both.
I'll stay away from those. I'm a bit leery of those, but
She needs a new patron picks.
no. But yeah, Pix is still facing confusion over this latest revelation of non-bestial races. But yeah, I was like, okay, we've got some choice things. Well, this looks a lot like your rod, Ryohn. So, really, Awna?
We've not seen it. How do we
Ryan's
know?
not overly comfortable with this conversation the way it's going.
And we've got a shield that seemed pretty cool. And his clothing looks of decent quality. Might be a little more to that. And we've got a few extra things in the sarcophagus. Got a spear, got a light crossbow, some bolts, and some scale mail if anyone's looking for some new medium armor. But yeah, not much else in here.
The shield is definitely magical.
Does the rod look like it's any better than the one I have, or no?
At a glance, you can't really make out much difference, but you'd have to further identify it or just test it out to know.
Gather it all up. Whatever we don't use can be sold on down the line.
Hey Ryan. Ryan.
Yeah.
2 rods.
Hear me out. Hear me out.
Hear me out. One in each hand.
Yeah, I'm not really sure I want to keep his, but I would like to see what it is or what it does.
Yeah,
after we identify it.
Oh, most certainly. We're not taking another chance with you and a potential curse.
Yeah.
Mechanically, you're only casting through one at a time, but it wouldn't hurt to have a backup. That's probably how that would actually play out.
Right.
And you got a shiny new crown, I see.
All right, well, I've got everything, and we can identify it later. Oh, yeah, Nona's right. What's that in your hand? Looks nice.
Oh. Well, I didn't even realize I was holding it still.
Wait, well, it certainly looks different. Oh, less gaudy for sure.
It doesn't look like any of them, any of the visions that anybody saw of them. And it doesn't look like the crown that the colored claw had on its head. Although you can definitely make out the similarities.
Yeah. Neat.
Should be interesting to see if anything's different.
Yeah. And I mean, if you've been cut off, probably safe to wear. Actually, on the other
identify that.
cut off, can you still cast magic?
I'll try to cast light and see.
Easy.
Yeah, I've still got some of the basics, so.
Huh. Neat. Well, like Whisky said, looks like you've met your actual guardian angel.
All right, and how do we get out of here now? Does anybody know?
Well,
our leader will help us.
His crown seemed to be the source of all the cold. Don't know if that's necessarily linked to getting out of here, but I mean...
Was it the source of the cold?
It was certainly cold getting closer to the chest.
It is still cold everywhere that you guys currently are.
Right.
I actually store the crown for now because, looking at my finger, realized that just throwing things on probably is not the best way to do it.
Fair enough.
And since I've been deceived once before...
He is learning.
There we go.
It takes a while for some of us.
Well, yeah, that's
to my understanding, it's we don't want to stay here too long, right?
Right.
So we gotta search for how to get out of here.
Yep. All right, let's head on out, or at least out of this tomb.
Grolyd will actually take a look around the sarcophagus, see if he sees anything that rings any bells when it comes to things like the crystals that brought us here in the first place.
Make investigation.
And Willam will make sure that all the loot gets gathered up if Pix hasn't done it already.
Oh no, Pix already did. Trust me, he was on that like a minor bird.
Yeah. Beyond that, probably the only other thing in this hall of interest would be any of the from the miners. Or depending on what you guys are wanting to do with them, also the 4 miners who had been brought back. That's up to you.
That'd be a 19 for the investigation.
You're looking around. You don't see any more of the crystalline shards in this area. And as you're kind of paying a little bit more attention to just the atmosphere in general, it does seem to be slightly less cold, or at least less frigid. It still is extremely cold, but it's not like painful to keep your hands out of pouches and pockets and stuff like that at this point. It seems like maybe whatever was causing the extreme chill factor is dissipating ever so slightly, but you don't actually see any more crystals or ice clusters similar to what you had seen.
Well,
looks like we're gonna find the exit here.
That'd be too easy.
All
right. Yeah, always good to hope. But let's get out of here. And Pix will start with his newly acquired loot. Will start getting out of the tomb crypt.
Walking down the hall.
Yes. Yeah.
I'll keep up with Pix as the front.
Roof keeps up. Got rid of too much there.
All right, moving everybody down the hall, at least into the open area. You are back into the chamber that you chase around down in, and Nona and Willam had a little bit longer look in this space, as if you look up from here, you see the bridge that you fell from.
Yep.
Oh, interesting.
Well, we were gonna have to search around and find the way out. So, anybody got any? Remember which way we came?
I believe it was further south.
If that's the case, do we see anything else, any other ways that we didn't come?
Was there a way we did not go? I want to say there was a fork at some point, a narrow path and a wide path.
Yeah, I think that too.
Upstairs, you did have a narrow and a wide. Pix and Awna, since you guys are kind of leading the group as you're walking through, make a perception check.
Sure.
Especially since, like I said, moving through this room, it was really fast. You haven't necessarily had a chance to look around this space. As far as you know, this is large. Yeah, we have 25 from Pix and a 22 from Awna. Sorry. As far as you both know, this is the largest room by far, the most cavernous by far, but it seems like it is also the most just open and natural of all the spaces you've been in. Very little of this room outside of the spires that you had rushed through here and here. There doesn't seem to really be anything man-made in this entire area. Without a thorough investigation of the space, you know the two exits that you're aware of are the one that you came out of just now, the hall.
Yeah.
And across from that, the opposite side, is the archway that you had come through chasing after Ryohn.
Yep.
But this entire room, if you go beyond the bridge itself and just keep on looking, you can see up into, at least in bits of this, you can see all the way up into the dark, swirling, gray, seemingly night sky above you. It just, as you look up, can notice there's the pathway that you took is 80 feet, some of it 150, all the way up to the top. In a bit of it, you can probably make out a good 200 feet above you. You've traveled down a lot further than you realize.
Yeah.
But now as you look up into this space, this is the central room that seems like everything was kind of tumbling down toward. It's almost beautiful in a weird, dark, shadowy way.
Okay. Well,
Should we like fan out and look around, see if we find any more exits?
I would suggest such. I mean,
Since I
there's-
have an annoying trait that doesn't allow me to leave a room without checking for secret doors, that is what I will be looking for.
Fair enough. Whiskey, make an investigation, and either somebody else can do investigation or give Whiskey advantage on it.
I'll give him advantage.
All right.
sounds
Can I
good.
give him guidance?
Sure.
Isn't that like-
Yeah, this is taking enough time that
Let me see if this works.
There you go.
Nice.
Nice. 25. You check all the walls. You guys are noticing Whiskey has kind of got a little bit more pep in his step. A little bit more renewed sense of purpose and vigor as he's moving through this whole space, tapping on walls, peering under rock, kind of look behind rock formations.
A little rock.
All of that, and he's doing it relatively quickly. And although you do see Whiskey back in this corner here, looks like a fallen body of yet another miner in this little alcove. It doesn't seem like it goes really anywhere. As far as you can tell, the only space out of here is the archway that you've already come through.
So it looks like the miner tried to hide.
Hide or was, judging by the slash marks on his back, was potentially killed from behind while he was maybe investigating similarly to what you're doing right now.
Interesting enough, I don't know if we've run across these things yet. This miner was slashed in the back. Have we run across anything like this? Or because I don't think it's the things we
Well-
met on the road here, because they would have been shot up by the bolts.
No. I don't think we've not encountered a thing here other than those pylons, though.
You haven't come
Well,
across any live creatures in here, no. But they do look. Make an medicine check.
Who?
You're the one right there by the body.
Jim, while this is happening,
Who? Yes, an 8.
can I look on
good with
the?
medicine.
Can I look on the miners that we were like just walking past that we kind of already fought? See if there's anything that's like, I don't know, like a necklace, like something to take if we go back to Kitrol. Sort of this Kitrol, like to show that they were here, that they passed, and
They're, make an investigation check also. Yeah.
Anthony, can I make a medicine check also, since I said I was assisting Whiskey to
Sure.
give him the
Go for it.
that is a 22 investigation.
All right.
That is a 25 medicine.
The natural 20.
Natural
Good.
20, nice.
So, Willam, you're fairly certain these claw marks were made by those hound-like creatures that you fought along the road. You haven't seen any in this space, but knowing what Grolyd had told you about the Shadowfell being their home, it makes sense that even if they're not currently present, and even if it wasn't necessarily the same ones that you fought, it would make sense that they could be found here.
These are Shadowhound claw marks, like the ones we saw before.
Well,
That would mean there's more. You just got to be aware.
Well, if we're in the Shadowfell, this is where they live. So they could be definitely any place.
Awna, you're trying to find anything identifiable on these bodies. They're really deformed to the extent of like they're hard to look at. You know, they were formerly dragonborn, and even looking at them now, had you not known they were dragonborn, you know, miners missing, you could still easily enough make that out. But this is the type of thing where like a closed casket funeral would likely be the case. If you're pondering, you know, what to do with the bodies, that's kind of the state that they're in. Partial decay, but partial just twisted beyond recognition. Two of them, you do find rings on their fingers that look fairly simple. Gold appear to be wedding rings, and one of them, the only real marker you can find on them was that they seem to be missing about half of their teeth. It looks like on one side, almost like there was some sort of an injury that had happened to them that knocked out a good chunk of their teeth. It doesn't really give you anything to take back with you, but it at least is the most noticeable trait. And the fourth one, there isn't really anything that you could make out to say, hey, this is what makes this one stand out.
Anthony?
Yes.
What about the mining picks? Are there any like signs or sigils carved into the handles or anything?
Yeah, you guys have seen and interact with a couple of those. You do see, now that you're looking at them and you have a couple of them in front of you, it does seem like etched into where the head meets the pole, the haft itself, it does look like there is some sort of a maker's mark etched in, and they all match. Whether you're not a crafter yourself, whether it's a maker's mark particularly, or maybe a mark of the mining company itself, because you don't know what this company was called, this particular contingent, but they do at least all match.
I'm gonna pouch the wedding bands and just take note of the.
I'm going to take one of the mining picks.
Noted on both counts.
All right. Anthony, that little where Whisky found the miner, can I shine my light in there? Does it look like it's like somewhere to crawl into and take a look in?
No. Like I said, it looks like just an alcove with nothing really there outside of that body.
Okay. I just noticed a little light in the background. I guess that was just mood lighting. Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of where the walls didn't fully meet.
Gotcha.
More than actually a space to crawl in.
Anthony, future reference, Willam actually is a carpenter, so he could be called a tradesman.
Gotcha. No, I was thinking more of like a blacksmith or like a weapon.
Yeah, but if you make a piece of furniture...
But yeah, I guess you would leave maker's mark on things. Yeah, that's true.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. Good to know.
Well, doesn't seem to be any way out in here. Probably keep moving forward then.
As we move forward, I'm going to summon Cygnus and have him see if there's anything above, like by the bridge above us.
Okay. Have him make a perception check. You guys are all headed toward the archway?
Yes.
Yeah.
Cygnus got a 14.
Cygnus can make out further in the distance. You're almost on like an isolated plateau of some sort. Everything else is a little further below. And then just in the darkness, it's hard to make out a whole lot anyway. But he can at least make out there are other creatures far off in the distance, some large flying types of beasts, and there are kind of scattered movement along the ground. None of them seem to necessarily be moving in this direction or even necessarily taking note of your bat familiar, but he sees that there is other movement out there, easily 300 plus feet away at the closest one.
Okay.
But nothing of note either moving around in this particular area, or that you potentially may not have spotted from the ground yet.
Rather than going up the stairs on the left, Pix is going to take a look over here, and the ceiling keeps popping back into view.
If you click on the green one, if you click on the lock, it'll keep it from moving.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, go ahead and make a investigation check to move over into that other spot.
Can I give him advantage?
You heading over there with him?
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, yeah, I'm helping.
All right, cool. It is a good thing. Well, that was the first roll. Still, I appreciate it. 26.
All right, 26. Pix, you get all the way up into what looks like another matching alcove, and you remember that up above there seemed to be this endless pit of nothingness.
Oh, that's right.
If not exactly in the same spot, at least pretty similar. But as you're looking in this, you see what seems to be a swirl of spectral figures, almost like this residual whirlpool of death. That's the best way I can describe it. None of them seem to be moving of their own accord. It almost as if all of these ghostly types of bodies are being permanently flushed down an invisible drain, but never actually draining. It's cloudy, it's murky, you can't see very far down.
Okay. I could use a second opinion over here.
Grolyd is right there behind you. He's helping.
Yeah.
He sees basically the same thing.
Yeah.
Does it look like anything I've read about anywhere?
Make an Arcana check. With advantage.
Okay, I was actually just about to ask if I could assist, like, kind of bounce ideas.
21.
Grolyd, you're not really sure how you know this, but you get the instinctive feeling that this is one of those like creepy, weird situations that most people would not necessarily fully invest themselves in, which is why sometimes people get caught in a place like this for so long. But you're fairly certain this may be the closest thing to an exit that you guys have come across so far. Where it's going to dump you out, you're not entirely certain, but this seems like the exact type of situation the Shadowfell would put you in to give you something pretty easy to find that nobody would actually be willing to put themselves into.
I think it's an exit.
Really? Looks
Somewhere somewhere in my studies, I guess I read something, although I don't really recall. But I remember that the Shadowfell can put, maybe that's not quite the right phrase or terminology, but it's sometimes the exits are easy to find, but obviously not something someone would want to interact with.
I can see that.
Can we all hear this at this point, Anthony?
Yeah, you're all close enough, unless he's whispering for some reason.
All right. Take a good look at what they're looking at. And I heard the description you said earlier.
Yeah, if you guys are careful enough, you should all be able to crowd around this space.
I'm going to use Divine Sense again and see if there are any undead in that thing.
This is fair.
Oh, whoops, that didn't work.
Divine. And do -1. So yes and no.
What?
It's giving you like the location of any undead within 60 feet. You are detecting that what you're staring into is full of undead, but it's not necessarily pinging a location. It's almost similar to what you were seeing with the celestial energy that you were picking up before.
That is extremely strange.
What do you mean?
It senses to me as if there are undead present, but I am not sensing any definite location. Just within 60 feet, somewhere around that.
Again, the kind of thing you would see, but not wish to interact with.
And if it's a portal of some kind, then...
Well, the fact that it's not giving a specific location is suspicious. Because if there were, like the other undead, the ghosts in the walls, they would specifically show up with, and I would be able to know where they were. I'm tempted to say that this is a smokescreen.
I'm sorry, a what?
A smokescreen.
And at that, Grolyd will reach out, put his hand in it.
This is how it all started.
It feels cold. You can feel this weird necrotic energy swirling around you. At the moment, it doesn't seem to hurt you. How long you kind of feel on your way through there?
Just a few moments, like maybe 5-10 seconds, something like that.
Okay. You see Grolyd kind of testing the water, as it were, although it's not really a liquid so much as like a really thick, misty gas. And about 10 seconds go by as he's kind of testing and swirling his hand around, and then suddenly the arm gets pulled through and Grolyd disappears.
This is how it started.
Oh, boy.
10 seconds was exactly what I was looking for.
Nice. Right in after him. Not again!
All right. Grolyd's gone. Pix jumps. What's everybody else doing?
Nona jumps.
We could
I don't
make a
want to hear
hotel
anybody
here.
say that I'm rash anymore.
That's very fair, and then I'll jump in after.
Okay, they can say it about me.
If your friend jumps off a bridge, are you gonna follow and do the same?
The answer is
No, I'm going to
yes.
say and
With
make
Featherfall, absolutely.
and make money.
I actually have.
He needs free when he reaches the bottom, so yes.
I wait till everybody else is gone but Whisky, and I stop him before he jumps.
Don't pull my tail. What?
Willam usually takes rear guard, but if he sees that Ryan specifically wants to talk privately to Whisky, he'll just nod and jump through.
Okay.
Then we find out we're the only ones that survived.
And I kill him. No.
Yeah. I pull him aside and I run him through. Yeah. Seems
You
legit.
attempt to.
No, when it's
You just hear some things never change, brother.
I hit him with the spell so that he just stands there and stares at the stars for eternity, and I leave.
when it's just he and I there, I look at him and say, so if we're brothers, then
I was
mind.
waiting for that.
I jump in.
What the shit? And I still a shit, and I jump in after.
Since we're brothers, and he clutches his rod even tightly.
Yeah, he's looking for money.
No,
No, I'm worried about a little more important stuff than just money or rods.
Both of yours.
Well, it could involve rods.
It's like a Luke and Leia thing all of a sudden.
And there
But
goes our
worse.
family rating.
At least when I slither in a sister, she isn't mine.
I'm going after Willam now.
All right. I'm missing one person. Who have I not moved yet?
Link?
Nona, it looks
I haven't
like.
heard from Link.
There we go. Let's see if I summon you guys. Oh, you should be able to click on one of the characters and jump to it, right? Yeah. You all reappear one after the other. Boop, 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 boop. In the room with the crystal, which is surprisingly dark and no longer glowing. What you do notice, though, is that there is a wispy bit of smoke in the room, making it a little bit hard to see. In addition to the fact that all of that light that it was emanating, it wasn't bright, but it was enough, is gone. Mm-hmm. And you feel the entire room that you're currently situated in begin to rumble and shake.
Oh.
Get out of here. Let's go.
Oh, no.
Yes, we got to run through the arrows.
Fun time, let's run.
Go, 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 go.
I'm sure being invisible isn't going to matter.
All right. Actually, let's jump into initiative order just so we can see how this goes.
Very badly, sir. Very badly. Oh, how did I get so many? Oh, there we go.
Dang it, I keep doing the same thing.
Need space.
Yeah. I keep trying to put the space in it, hitting enter instead.
Yeah.
Well, you're also putting the J and the I in the wrong spots.
Ioing.
No, I like that one. Let's go with it. That's the new command.
Grolyd rolled a 0 on his initiative. That happens when you fail 3 times on your typing commands.
Oh, yeah.
Grolyd decided to touch the crystal one more time and zip back over to the Shadowfell.
He just decided he lives there now.
He is shadow touched.
There we go.
At least he's touched. All right, do we have 8?
Leave Ryan's rods out of this.
Hey, if you're touching Ryan's rides, that's up to you.
Oh, I didn't target myself.
No, this wrong character.
I had a cure wounds used
know when
earlier
Flavius gets here.
that didn't target me, so I'm gonna add that now.
Okay, go for it.
Say some work families do have a history.
Like I said, let me know when Flavius gets here.
Oh, Flavius. Oh, alrighty then.
All right, so first up is Pix with a 20.
Alrighty. Well, I'm going to use my action. I'm going to use my full movement of 30 feet.
15, 20, 25, 30 put you here.
Close enough to Willam to get the extra movement.
Yep, you're close enough to Willam, I believe. Actually, no, because it's got to be within 10 feet.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I've got enough movement as it is.
Yeah, you can basically triple move, unlike everybody else.
Yes.
So your bonus action dashing?
Yes, I am also doing that.
15,
I am
20, 25, 30, 35, 40. You doing the full thing?
I will. Let's see. Let me first.
You can see the room that had some of the mining carts and stuff. You're not fully at the top of the stairs yet, but you do have your action itself.
Okay, then.
Gonna slightly brighten up the light, just so it's easier for everyone to see.
I am going to hold my action to cast a spell on any straggler that gets within touch radius of me.
All right, fair enough. I'm not going to actually change anything. Let me know if you guys are actually casting something, because I'll have to switch to your initiative. Whiskey is next on the list.
All right.
60, please.
All right, where did you drop you? Probably here.
I'm saving my cat run if I have to.
You are close enough to Willam, so you actually can go 70 if you'd like.
Yes, please.
25, 30, 35, 40 for your move itself. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35.
I like to avoid the bolts if I can, so.
Oh, that's going to be up to you guys on figuring that out.
We're not there yet, but we're getting close.
Should be right here. So you're just a square in front of Pix. He started a little bit further up, but you had a little bit more move thanks to Willam. All right, a bonus action at all?
No.
All right, Grolyd is next.
Grolyd is going to move. He's going to take his full move to move 30 or 35.
You were close enough to Willam, yep. That's 40.
And then I assume there's nothing to be aggressive towards.
Yeah, there's got to be like a target of an attack, I believe, is how it's
I think
described.
So too. Okay, so in that case, I will use my action to dash.
30s, that puts you 5 feet right behind Pix. All right, next we have Nona.
I'll use all of it, 80. Unless I'm next to...
You're within
Willam.
10 of Willam, so
Okay.
40 is your base.
Yeah,
So you've got 90 if you want to use it.
full 90.
25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50.
The party failed to
55,
leave.
60,
Nona made it to the outside.
Yep.
65,
Nona does not
70,
relish the idea of
75,
rocks falling on her head.
80, 85, 90. They get you right up to the edge of the mining tracks that you guys had found in the room above. All right,
Okay.
next is Awna, and then Ryohn.
40 and 30, so 70.
20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 5, 10, 15, 20. Oop, moved too far. 25, 30, 35. Oh, sorry, 30. Here. So right in front of Whisky.
Perfect.
Ryohn. I'll have you.
All right, my move speed is 30, so I'm gonna follow everybody else.
All right, you are within 10 of Willam, so you get an extra 10 at the beginning. 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, and 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. You can get right up beside Whisky.
Good place to be.
All right, next up is Willam.
Full 70, please.
10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Double check on your aura. Does that apply for both times?
I think it's at the start. Let me check. Oh, my walking speed increases by 10 feet. So it's, I guess it's just.
Oh yeah, so your
flat
aura
10 for
doesn't
me,
affect
so-
you. You just your walking speed also increases. Yep.
Okay, so I guess it's 80 then.
Yep.
Nice.
So you can get up right behind Nona.
It'll work.
All right.
All right.
Was that the last person?
Yep. Back up. Oh no, sorry. Link is last.
All right. All right.
And Link, I believe your walking speed is 35.
That is correct. So I will continue to just run behind everybody else, 70 feet.
30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65. Oh, can't land there. You can go 65. Let's see. 55, 60, 55. Yeah. You can go, okay, you can go on the other side of Whisky. I believe you can cut through that way. All right, back to picks.
I'm using my saved action to cast Fly on Grolyd.
Okay.
So, Grolyd, you now have a 60 flying speed.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
And I now join the flying circus.
What was your trigger there, Pix?
My trigger was any stragglers that were within touch range of me.
Okay, fair enough. I will allow that. It is now your turn.
All right. I am going to use all 90? Yes, all 90 of my movement.
20, 25, 30. While I'm moving you, go ahead and use your spell slot or cast fly, whatever you want to do.
All right. It's with the wheel, so it's not necessarily with a spell slot, but I will make a note of it.
Okay. If you have the wheel equipped, it may have a custom counter built in. I'm not entirely certain.
I don't know if it's shown in Avray. Well, let me take a look.
50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75, 80, 85.
No, need to build that in. Okay.
90. So you get into the other room that had the spikes and the closed portcullis. It is a little less rumbly up here, but you can still feel the entire mine continuing to shake.
Got it.
Grolyd, I believe. Oh, Whisky next.
Where are we coming into the room with the bolts or?
Not yet. You're approaching the top of the stairs where you have the mine carts and the actual mine tracks that stopped. There were no pea shooters in this area.
Wasn't there a pea shooter down the end by the opening there? No?
Nothing that you can recall past the spikes in the tracks.
Okay, then run me to the spikes, and if there is a crossbow there, I'm going to go stand on it if I make it to it.
25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, I believe you were... nope. At least on this go-around, Nona's the only one close enough to Willam. Oh, so Awna and Nona are close enough to Willam to get the bonus.
Yeah, that's okay.
Curses. Let's see.
Is the question for you, can I see ahead of me? Is there will my bonus run as a tabaxi get me to a lever trap?
That'll get you another 30.
Yes, will it get me to stand on one of the
10, 15, 20, 25. It'd get you right around here, so not quite to any of the trigger points.
Okay, then I'm not going to use it, because by using it, I get to run and stand on it, and then I can stand on it, and then as everybody runs past, then I can use my run. Okay. To get out. So.
Next is Grolyd.
Well, since I can now fly
like a harpy,
I will. How tall is the ceiling area?
It was not overly cavernous once you got out of that last room that you guys were just in. Probably no more than 10 to 15 feet. You're probably able to fly just barely, like, grazing above everyone.
Good enough. And I will fly.
Unless Willam has if Willam has his great sword out, he might slash you.
I'll try to avoid that. And I will fly 60 feet towards... is somebody actually getting onto one of the switches?
Nobody has gotten far enough to get to any of the switches yet.
All right, I will get to a switch with my 120 feet if it is possible.
40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75, 80.
Hey, Grolyd.
85.
Hello.
90. You said you got 120 total?
Well, it's flying speed of 60 and I'm dashing.
Yep. 500, 105. Oh, come on. There you go. 110, 115 will get you to this one if you're wanting to actually drop down onto one of these depression spots.
See, I don't remember which one's which, so yeah, I'm just gonna go on the first one.
Okay.
Let's land on it.
Make me a dexterity check.
Yeah. Check or save?
Sorry, save.
Yeah, I had a feeling that was coming.
First one, so.
All right. Someone remind Kyle the importance of these, since he actually wasn't here when.
And that's a failure. You're gonna find out that the. Oh wait, yeah, they switches can deactivate the thing that just shot me.
Okay. Otherwise, it would have just auto fired anything that passed line of sight.
Correct.
Okay. You guys didn't fully figure out the puzzle. You snuck past a few, you got hit by a few. You know there is some connection to the switches on the floor and these things, but for the most part, you kind of climbed under them. So as you're running past, you still are not entirely certain exactly how to deactivate them, with 100% accuracy. Grolyd, 4 points of piercing damage as you're kind of floating down and just kind of grazes your leg, but you're able to kind of twist and turn in midair to avoid what would have been potentially much worse.
Ooh, yeah, D10. Ooh.
All right.
All right.
And that'll be me.
Fair enough. Let's see. Next up is Nona.
Well, still dashing. How much further can I get towards one of the other switches?
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, because you were within 10 of Willam. So that's your move. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. Yeah, you're not able to just draw a straight line for something like that because they're moving into squares. But you got enough. You've got enough
Okay,
move.
I'll hop on. All right, I'll stay on the other one. I know when me and Whisky both stood on it, none of us got shot.
Yeah, and as far as you can tell, nothing seems to happen when you stand on this one.
Yay, those getting shot.
All right. Awna.
I'll be dashing as well, so 70 feet.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65. You want to be up? Let's see, 65. You can go here if you want. 70.
Perfect.
All right, next up, somebody wants to monitor the initiative chart, so I don't have to keep going back. That'd be grand.
Ryohn is next.
Thank you.
Willam will be after.
I continue to keep pace, dashing.
25, 30. 5, 60. You don't have anything moving you faster, right?
I do not.
Okay. We'll get you right in the doorway, 1 square ahead of Whisky. Who's next, Willam?
Yep, and then Link will be after.
Oh, Anna, you did have another. No, you had that. You counted that in. You had 70.
Yep, I did.
All right, Willam's got 80. I assume you're double dashing.
No.
Five, 60, 65, 70, 75, 80. You can be on the track here or just off the track. Your call.
There's no lever there, right?
No.
On the track is fine.
Yeah, no presumable difference between the two.
Yeah.
I don't even have it.
And then Link, you're going 70 again, right?
Yep.
Picture next.
Alrighty. I was double checking to see if I had a long strider prepped or
not. 70 can get you here. Picks, back to you.
All right. Full 90.
Whisky, you're next.
20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. And now, Pix, you know you're coming up on a couple more of these crossbows, and there were a total of 6 different pressure plates, most of which you didn't necessarily interact with. However, I am remembering that Grolyd completely and utterly destroyed one of them. So you're approaching one that still is fully intact.
Okay. Pix will go for... Oh, wrong one.
And if you just keep on moving, because you didn't necessarily see the entrance, you just keep on going straight will get you out. It's about 90 feet in a straight line from where you are. You have 30 left at the moment.
All right. Pix will use his remaining move to stand on. That's a 1 in 3 chance. Stand on this plate right here.
All right. Make me a dexterity save, please.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh, I could have used half my movement to kind of dive on. Oh well.
Dropping prone is a free action.
You can crawl out.
Can I hear the crossbow go off?
Yeah, no.
Yes. Yeah, you've heard. Well, you heard the one right by you, but yes.
All right, 19.
Okay. You managed to avoid the bulk of it. You take 4 points of piercing damage.
Owie.
And what you're also noticing is that you see it click and reload a new bolt.
Okay. I'll say it's prepping another one.
You can crawl under it.
You staying put?
Yeah, I'll keep moving. But I just to let them know that it is still active.
30 puts you here, which is right by another pressure plate, the first one that you guys discovered.
Oh, fun.
What would he remember about that? Since Kyle wasn't here for that.
You guys never found specifically what that was connected to, as far as you know.
With that particular one, we did. That switch specifically.
He was standing on it.
Yeah, Pix was the one that stood on it the longest, I believe. Remind me what you believe you discovered with that one.
When Pix stood on that one, we were able to walk through those 2 ballista without them firing.
Both of them? Oh, that's true. Yes. Sorry. I was spun around for a second. Yes. Pix, you know, regardless of any of the other ones potentially working, you were the one who stood on this one the longest to let everybody else pass through.
Oh, then I would have definitely gone for that one if I'd known.
Yeah, you have exactly enough move to get there and stay there.
Cool. Then yeah. So yeah, as I run across and take the hit. Okay,
all right.
Cool.
Next up is
Whisky. And then Grolyd, you're on standby.
Me again?
Yeah. I would then also have said that I've deactivated them. Go.
I want to run all the way up next to, if I can, to Nona. And I think I'm going to step on the one that was next to her and go run. Because
Grolyd's on one, Nona is on the one beside her.
Beside Grolyd's a girl? Damn, I didn't get it. I will run to Nona and kind of, is it possible to just stick my foot on the plate and hold it down and tell her to run?
5, 10, 15. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you could kind of try to stand there and sort of interact with it in a way that lets her move.
I will tell you this, and I will like kind of like an Overwatch, wait, when she moves, I'll step on the plate.
I'll let you do that as a reaction. Yeah.
Yeah. And I say, run to the next one.
Grolyd, you're next, followed by Nona after him.
Because if we're 90 feet to the opening, I can hit that in one run.
Gotcha. I'll run next.
Grolyd?
Well, I know what I'd like to do, but I don't know if the mechanics of the game allow for it. So I am going to stay put Because I'm not sure if I am holding down a switch that is necessary for everyone else to not get shot.
Noted.
I would like to, after everyone has passed me, then move, but actually no. I am going to
basically
use
if you're going to hold any of those, then you could hold as your action, hold a dash, and so you'd have 60 feet of move after everybody leaves.
I'd have 120. I'm flying.
No, you would have 60 feet of move because all you can hold is an action.
Yeah, but I have fly on. I have a move speed,
which is a move speed of 60 feet.
I was I was confused for a second. I was thinking fly was 120.
Fly was, yeah, I gotcha.
Nope. Yes, I will do that.
Okay.
May not take the action, but I will do that.
Fair enough.
After Grolyd is Nona.
Yes.
And Nona will jump off and start running down. And
20.
Yeah, just run right past
25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75, 80. Nona, you are basically at the entrance. You've got maybe about 20 feet left of track left before you hit grass.
And I will wait there for the rest of my guys to come by.
All right. Next up, Awna.
Move me 60.
Five, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, right in front of that broken crossbow.
Perfect. Ryan, you're next, followed by Willam.
Correct.
All right. Who's after me? Is it Steve's character? Willam?
It's Willam.
Willam. Yep.
You're also the furthest one behind by far.
All right, so I will make my dash. Where is Whisky?
10, 15, 20, 25,
I'm
30.
play.
You make it up to beside Willam right here, and you see Whisky standing on one of the pressure plates, about 5, 10, about 15 feet away from you.
Okay, so I'm just now catching up to them.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay. I guess I'll go ahead and dash since I'm the slowest one. I don't need to be waiting back here.
5:30. Get you right up here.
After Willam is Link.
30, 35. I assume you're double dashing.
Well, no, Willam hasn't gone yet.
Oh, sorry. But Willam, I assume you're double dashing.
Yep. Go, go, go.
25, 30, 35, 40 put you right on Awna. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40 right behind Nona. And then Link.
And yes, I'm double dashing.
20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70.
After Link is Pix.
Yep.
The Pix, you've got Link right beside you, and you've seen 2 other party members dash past.
Okay.
Whisky, you're on deck.
What you doing, Pix? The mine's about to fall apart.
Yeah, sorry. I'm going to hold an action to dash.
Okay.
The trigger being everyone is moving on ahead of me.
Got it. All right. Next up, Whisky.
Then Grolyd.
All right. Nona ran.
The only person you still see is Grolyd standing beside you. Everybody else is passed.
Time to run. No time for crying. And I take over 90.
All right. 20, 25, 30, 35, 40,
They're still unmuted.
45,
That's using my tabaxi
yeah,
muscle run.
60, 65, 70, 75, 80, 85, 90, and you're only about 10 feet away from green grass.
You know, I would have dimension doored, except I used it.
Yep.
Yeah. Could have got out of the whole mine.
Grolyd, two things. Everybody's passed. We are, so technically as your reaction, yeah, I need the dexterity save. As your reaction, you can use your action technically prior to your turn starting. So somebody want to move him 60 there?
Yeah.
Actually,
And you take 7 points of piercing damage from a bolt as it goes clipping past you.
before I move past Ryohn, that's 7 damage, right? Okay.
25.
So before
30.
I move past Ryohn, let me switch back to what I can see here.
Oh, okay.
It's not super far, right?
Ryohn?
Yeah.
15 feet.
Yeah, you move 15 at
alright.
that initial 60. If you do anything beyond that, then we're technically into your turn and not your reaction
yeah.
from the last round.
Oh yeah.
Keep going. I'm good.
I'd like to pick Ryohn up,
Okay.
and that'll be my action, or I'm gonna use my reaction to get to Ryohn. My action then to pick him up, and my bonus to dash another 60.
Okay. Make just a straight strength check. You should be quite a bit stronger than him. This shouldn't be an issue.
You got 20 strength.
That
Okay,
would be a
there you
dirty
go.
20.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yep, I'm not super heavy.
You're kind of flying right above him there. So we'll let you hover at that spot from your reaction action to pick him up, and then bonus action, or sorry, move action 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And it's just 30, right?
He doesn't move at half speed though.
Now while he's flying.
So would it be 60 feet then still?
Oh, sorry, yes, 60.
Oh, okay, cool.
10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Yeah, right around here.
All right, and I will.
What? Stop jumping up.
I will set him down, and if you'll allow it, I'd like my bonus action to dash back toward the party. But if not, that's fine. Because maybe it's my bonus action to set him down without unceremoniously dumping him.
You don't have a bonus action dash.
Oh,
that
wait,
would
that's
be
right.
that would be a rogue.
Yeah. I want to be a
just-
rogue.
I'm gonna resummon you.
Unless you
Okay.
hate one of us, and then you can just charge at us, right?
Yeah, if you actually attack somebody, then I'll let you bonus action dash.
Well, I don't know. Picking someone up against their will could be considered an attack.
You already moved toward him though. If you're using your bonus action, then you're gonna have to actually attack after that.
Tackle Nona.
That's a risk I'm willing to take.
You have for attack action, you have 2 attacks, Grolyd.
I do.
So what you do is you throw him, and then you charge it after you throw it.
Well, I was actually planning on going back and picking someone else up who was slow, but you know,
It'll be
worked
fine.
out that way.
It'll be
That's the
Everybody's
opposite of
good.
an aggressive action.
Nona, you're next.
Nona is going to step out of the mine.
Nona, you're able to get pretty clear. No problem.
Yeah. And I wait. Well, actually, wait. Do I pass? Do I pass Ryan again?
Oh yeah. Yeah, you're out by the
Him
cart
on-
easily.
Yeah. Okay. I was gonna say, if I pass Ryan on my way out, I'll snatch him up and carry him too.
Okay, make a strength check.
Let's do the dice like me.
She just wanted to pick Ryohn up, sweep him off his feet.
He's slow.
You're like 10 feet.
Oh no, I did not.
Around
I rolled
slower.
1.
No, you go to grab Ryohn, and he just kind of glares at you and
He's
refuses
still
to
slippery.
Where'd he go?
Okay.
Hell no, I will go.
Ryan has ascended, and I don't know where he went.
go. Ryan, roll new character. Pick skill you.
Ryohn refuses to be swept off his feet.
Fair, Kyle killed him.
You just finally got a good iteration of this, and now he's going to have to roll up another evil character to continue.
Well, the whole thing is the trick was on Whisky because that was, her, not Avandra.
Yeah.
Actually, the trick was on Whisky because it was Avandra. It was the Changebringer. He didn't just change you, Ryohn. He switched you both.
Then a lot of people.
You're still like mortal enemies, but you just swapped bodies like a Freaky Friday.
All right, Awna, you're after.
There'll be much crying soon.
No, Pix is now serving the Dark Queen.
Whiskey looks a lot.
I didn't pick him up.
Whiskey looks a lot more like gin all of a sudden.
Oh no. I'll move 60.
I'll be in my bunk.
5, 10, 15, 20. That's much harder to do from this angle. 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55. You can get right beside Whiskey, basically at the entrance of this thing.
Perfect. I say, come on, Pix.
And
Ryan is next.
Yep, Ryohn.
And
Who's
Willam
behind
after.
me?
Who's behind you? Willam, Link, and Pix, but everybody seems to have gotten through all of this. Actually, at this point, with everybody past the ballista, assuming everybody is continuing to run, then I will say that at least the immediate danger of the mine collapsing on you has abated.
Okay. Good.
all right. Cool.
I will
Everybody
continue
can
out then.
Continue
Yeah.
rushing out. How far out are you getting, by the way? Everybody is out, but are you continuing to run, or are you going to kind of stay near the mouth of this thing?
Probably don't want to do that.
I'm going to go out to just past the front of that wagon.
Back out here somewhere?
Yeah, right there's good.
I'm actually going to fly out and then up. I don't know, maybe 40-ish feet. So that I can get a good lay of the land, see if anything's going on with the mine, see if there's any creatures, just what's happening around us.
Sure. Make a perception check.
Let's see.
Um,
17.
You see a fair number of those mosquito-like entities that you squared off against before, all darting in various directions. You see some of the normal, more natural wildlife also kind of rushing away from the area. You notice a great number of rocks have kind of been tumbling down hillsides and have either settled in or are still kind of tumbling. It looks like not full on avalanche, but definitely some bits of rock slides happening along the cliff face out along here. doesn't seem to be too horrific, and it does seem like it's mostly centralized, all this rumbling centralized in the mine behind you. But it does seem to be affecting the wildlife and the kind of the natural geography of the area.
Pix is gonna get as far, maybe not as far away from the mine entrance, but he's gonna bug over here and find something to crouch behind.
Okay.
Get away from any kind of like backdraft or exhuming that may follow.
Sure. Everybody else staying put?
I'll follow Pix there.
Moving.
Yeah.
Moving.
Yeah,
Moving at least
Yeah.
20 feet out, at least, so I'm not going to be crushed.
Don't want to be anywhere near that entrance.
As the last of you, presumably Link, who's been kind of bringing up the rear a little bit, gets clear of the space. Grolyd, you've got a literal bird's eye view of this, and the rest of you can turn back and see the entrance of the mine just completely collapsing. But the last bit is this almost a complete silence, and then a type of sound. And you count 1, 2, 3, 4, and then this massive, cold, frozen gust of wind comes billowing out. I need just to see how well you guys stay on your feet. A strength saving throw from everybody not flying.
Good luck with this.
How solid is the ground now?
Your boots don't apply for everything, Pix.
I know. I've got to try though.
You really don't. You should just use them for what they're written for.
All right.
This may be the first time that Tabaxi goes off his feet. What?
All right.
Hey, look, I still have my ones.
Hey. I'm about to join you.
Even with your 1, you almost rolled as well as I did.
well, I mean, I got
Oh wow.
12.
I actually did pretty well.
All right, I need everybody who rolled below a 14, which is Whiskey, Awna.
Oh,
Ryan.
I didn't add Willam's
Plus 2
+2.
bonuses for
yep.
anyone near me.
That's true. So that would help Awna and Nona.
Yes.
You guys are all kind of clustered at this point, but yeah, you're basically within 10 feet of him. So Willam, Nona, and Awna, and Pix all make the save. So Whiskey, Ryohn, and Link get blown 15 feet further out in the direction away from the mine.
This is gonna hurt.
15.
Wow, beyond the
Link.
20 feet. That's crazy. Okay.
5, 10, 15, Whiskey, 5, 10, 15, and you're so Whiskey, you apparently get blown into a bush, and you're knocked prone. You're far enough away from the massive blast. Oh, and Ryan's out here too.
I am now camouflaged.
5, 10, 15. Ryan, you get blown just through the bush from the angle you're going here. Actually, just because of that. Let's see.
Oh no.
Yeah, you take 1 point of mixture of bludgeoning and piercing damage as you just get shot through the bush. There's not
Thistle
much
damage.
left. Yeah, pretty much. Just kind of
If
rips
you were
up
a
your
nice
clothes
thistle.
more than anything else. And you guys are knocked prone, but for the most part, it seems like you were far enough away from the epicenter of this blast. And as you look back, there's no mine entrance anymore.
I was more concerned the ground would open up underneath us, because that could happen too.
You have no idea the state of inside of there, but where you are.
There's still time.
There's a reason why Grolyd is still flying.
We can go back in.
I gave you the ability to fly. I can take it away.
The carts themselves, both by the entrance and the contents of them, look to be largely destroyed at this point. There may be some bits that you could search through, maybe find some of the ore, that type of thing, if you really want to take the time to search through what they had on the carts and what is left of it intact. But it's no longer stacked in nice, neat boxes on nice, well-prepared carts, because said boxes and said carts largely don't exist anymore.
Yeah.
I'll fly down to the 3 that got blown away and land near them. Is you all okay?
Yes.
Superman's coming and checking on everybody.
A little injured froggy.
While when Grolyd hits the ground, I drop concentration for fly.
He was checking up on them 60 feet in the air.
And from there, he'll, offer a hand to help them to their feet. And
Yeah, Pix will go over, help the closest person he can get to.
well, it seems we've got what we came for. And then some. We should report back to town. The guards will be interested in this information.
Actually, what time is it? And Pix will just kind of look at the sky.
Time for lunch.
It looks like earlier than when you went in.
Well, we've been in there at least a day.
Could have been longer.
Could have been.
I'm so tired.
Oh, we still have daylight. Let's use it.
Right.
And at that, Grolyd sits off.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, judging by the placement of the sun, it looks like it's barely like 10 o'clock in the morning.
All right. Yeah, follow after him.
It takes you the better part of the day, but you're able to head back south through the ravine and largely unabated, unwatched, at least to a much lesser degree than on your trip up, by the strange creatures that seem to be fixated on you. Still not entirely certain the cause of that, although you ended up finding much bigger mysteries to uncover. But they're still present, but it seems like to a more normal degree at this point. And you make it.
Can I?
That's something, at least.
Can I look at the chimera's body to see how long it's been dead?
You make a medicine check. Actually, nature. Either one, nature or medicine, I guess, for this would work.
It's a 21.
21. From what you can tell, this being a magical beast and not necessarily studying them specifically, but normal decay and knowing you only fought them technically the night before, this looks like it's been here for about 3 days.
Okay.
That may be slightly off based on just the natural, biology of this type of creature, but If it was normal decay on a normal humanoid or a normal animal, probably about 3 days.
Gotcha. Okay. I'm looking just slightly disgruntled as I'm trying to adjust my chart, my star chart.
Ooh, that'd be weird if your star charts were inaccurate and none of your spells worked. Until you actually got them adjusted properly, calibrated.
Yeah.
That's the real reason I multi-class into cleric.
Yeah.
My star chart stopped working.
You look annoyed. Awna?
Yes.
Are you okay? You look annoyed.
It's fine. I think we've been in the Shadowfell for a couple days. Just trying to get things organized. My notes are a little off now.
Oh, that's always a bother.
Yeah, should be fine.
Okay.
Like, how many days that we were in there for, you think?
I mean, if I had to guess, 3.
3?
If I had to guess.
Well, I mean, if where we went was truly the Shadowfell, I mean, we went to a whole other plane or dimension. Kyle isn't sure how to categorize it. I imagine there's got to be some sort of time differential.
I'm fairly confident it was the Shadowfell, and yes, time works. Or at least I believe time works differently. Passes differently in the Shadowfell. So again, I don't remember reading that. I must have.
Right.
There is a slight look of confusion on his face.
Yes. I'm actually surprised. I thought you mostly studied monsters. Are there any monsters that make the Shadowfell their home?
Only half the stuff we just bought.
Yes, the beast we fought the other, well, I suppose several nights ago now.
Yeah, fair enough. But I assumed they were rather uncommon.
They would be here. Not so much there. But monsters aren't the only I've studied. I've studied quite a bit of, well, a little bit of everything. It's good to know about politics in certain scenarios. It's good to know religion in other situations. History.
Right.
Though I'll admit that my main focus has been on monsters and creatures, beasts and whatnot.
Grolyd the politician. Interesting.
I wouldn't go so far as to say politician, simply that I know enough about political alliances and whatnot to sometimes avoid trouble.
Fair enough. Yeah, my own education, self-taught as it was, well, not all, but I mostly focused on the arcane. Was really my only interest, truly.
I've studied a fair amount of that as well, although when it comes to the arcane, it really has been mostly the creatures and whatnot that come from the arcane. Don't ask me to identify spells. That's out of my area of expertise.
Like the Chimeran, as a matter of fact.
Exactly.
So, I forget. It's been a rough journey to here. How long do you all suppose it'll take us to get back to Zarthith Kittrell?
Out of character, it was 2 days travel, wasn't it?
2 days.
All right.
Do you think that closing the mine shut down the...
It was not 2 days travel.
That's why I was asking. I thought it was, but I don't remember.
You
Sean
all,
doesn't remember.
you all left a little later in the day and weren't entirely certain where you were going on the trip up. So you stopped only about an hour out from the mine. You just didn't realize that at the time.
Nice.
Okay.
Can we sled down the mountain?
And Grolyd is moving with a bit more purpose again. Not
Yeah,
for
I
a
assume
smart
you're all
purpose,
walking and
but-
talking at this point.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you think
Yeah.
that we closed the portal that brought these creatures in?
I hope so.
I believe we did. I believe that was what explained the lack of light in the room when we reappeared.
I did
Which-
notice that, yes.
Which, by the way, as I said, exit.
Yeah, no, your hunch was right.
And even if we didn't, I mean, they're going to be coming into a place just full of rocks and they'll just get squished.
Right.
That's true. Unless the...
Unless that's somewhere else. But hope not.
But maybe the Dragonborn can reopen this mine in time, and it not be a mess.
Or they can just find another place to dig a better mine.
True. If nothing else, they're going to want to come out here to gather what was left behind.
Why? They're buried.
As I recall, there was a fair amount of precious metal ore inside there. It may be worth going back in there.
I meant more what was just outside the mine that was no longer nicely packaged.
Whiskey, make a history check with advantage.
History check with advantage. Well,
Okay.
I avoided the 2. 11.
Just your archaeological ancient relic type of mindset is factoring in still the age of some of the things that you saw inside. You know for certain that some of what you found inside has been there for centuries, and knowing what you eventually found in there, that it may be for the best that whatever is in there remain as buried as possible and no longer ever uncovered. It almost seems like they stumbled across the space and decided to take advantage of what was already partially dug out because they didn't realize what they had found.
I hope there's no other ancient places like this, but I would say that when we get back to town, that we do tell them that we buried the portal for the creatures, and please don't dig it out, just so no one goes back in and attempts to do this again.
Fair enough.
You know, people with wanting money and stuff, they'll just dig it up, and again, we'll be here.
Well,
I suggest we let someone else deal with it if they open it back up then.
right.
At least they will be fairly forewarned as to what might possibly be the result.
Yes,
After that, what they choose to do, they choose.
then it's on them. Too bad, there's probably some really good stuff in there. Oh well.
Hopefully we
History's
left
lost.
with all the good stuff.
History's lost. I mean other things, Ryan. History of what it really was.
Ryan, you get a sense that whether it was something that you in a past life set into motion, whether you in a past life were actually the one physically to build out the space, or whether it was potentially a follower of yours, you believe that it probably has something to do with you.
The mine area?
Not the mine. Whisky said it was that a lot of it was present prior to there actually being a mine there.
Got it.
You don't have like full-on recollections, but there are bits of like partial memories that you realize if it wasn't you, that space had everything to do with you. And the
Thus
mine
the
almost just
memories.
cropped up because it was already available.
I'll continue to think about that.
Okay.
Oh.
You guys continue walking through the middle of the day. You're welcome to continue having conversations, but this is me making sure you know it. As far as I know, you're still moving.
Yeah.
Even while when it's time to eat, unless someone makes him, Grolyd will just, or make him stop, Grolyd will just eat while walking.
Yeah.
Would anyone like some fruit?
Sure.
Fills you right up.
These berries are really good.
Why not?
Grolyd,
They keep my
Grolyd looks
hair
like he's
purple.
about to say something, and when you mention the berries, and he doesn't say anything.
Come and get it.
Will do.
And you heal 1 hit point.
Sounds good.
That'll take care of the one I took from being blown back by the avalanche.
Being blown through the bushes.
Is there a average command for eating a good berry?
No, just heal 1 hit point.
HP plus 1.
Hmm.
But you're also full for the day.
Woohoo, it means I don't have to hunt.
You get
No,
close
those-
to about 4 in the afternoon, and the area is starting to look very familiar, especially to you, Grolyd, who's already taken a good bit of this walk multiple times.
How far out from town do I estimate I am?
Probably about an hour.
And
I say
at
4.
that point-
It's probably about 5 p.m. at this point.
At that point, Grolyd will pick up the pace just a little bit more. We're almost back to the town.
You need to get there.
Nope. No. All right. Don't want to get locked out or anything.
Yeah, pick up the pace.
I'm trying to keep up with Grolyd. Fearless leader.
He prefers deer later.
Leader.
I've been working on obviously my notes. Just I was wondering if you'd like me to give you a reading.
A reading on.
On you.
I wouldn't turn you down, though I do wish to ask what brings on the thought that I might need one.
Oh, I just figured I'd start with the leader and work my way around the group.
I seriously do not understand what makes you all think I'm a leader. I don't really believe this group has nor needs a leader.
You didn't
Why are
say
you-
no.
Because I have longer legs than most of you.
Excellent. You're well qualified.
You say leader, I say scapegoat.
When we asked for a leader, everybody else stepped back but you.
I don't recall anyone asking for a leader. Anyways, if you can do this reading while moving, sure.
I can do it while moving, but I need you to hold on to my star map for just a moment.
Okay, and he'll gingerly take it. He looked like he's actually giving it a bit of a bit of respect. And he's afraid he might damage it in some fashion.
It does start to shift a little bit. Can you roll me 1d12 and then 1d7?
D7.
Yeah.
Because we can.
And that may be the first time. No, it is the first time I have ever rolled a dice 7. So that would be a 4 on the 12 and a 3 on the 7.
Okay. Would you like me to give you a broad statement first and then follow it with the constellation?
Sure.
Now, this is still a work in progress. If I am wrong, just tell me. I'm still working out the details here. This might not be entirely you, but yeah, here we go. Let's see. Well, this is actually a little funny here. You enjoy being in charge and not too dependent on anyone. Some of your peers think that you could be too direct or even rude at times. You say what you think and you don't care too much how it's received. You're very intelligent and show some interest into the occult and old civilizations. You have a strong sense of justice and also a notion that rules apply more to others than yourself. Now I will...
That's amazing.
I will read another thing for you. This is something that I'm working on, taken from Pathfinder a little bit, called the Cosmic Caravan. You have in your hands what's known as the wagon. You move through life with sturdiness and purpose, like a wheel. You understand this purpose and will not drift from the path which has been set. Rolling steadily through life, you will complete your task with efficiency and pride.
I'd say the first bit was only partially correct, but you've hit the nail on the head with the second.
Okay. Good to know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And at some point when Awna motioned for it, he did hand back the star map. I assume at some point she motioned for him to get it back. I changed my mind. This is mine now. And he runs off.
Even though you don't know how to use it.
I can always make a new one.
Willam,
Yes.
there's a voice that pops into your head. Greetings, young champion. We are beginning to get worried about you as the last message was not returned.
We...
The council
Go ahead, I'll listen.
The council missed your appearance.
We were occupied. We will explain when we return. We are about an hour away. Catch that, Anthony?
I did.
Okay.
And that is technically a... No, you guys would all hear it. You hear Willam mutter to himself a little bit there.
No, I don't mutter. I just say it out loud. They've seen me get a message from the guy before. They'll figure it out.
Exercise.
Pixar-size? Nice.
Are we in trouble?
Probably. We always are.
They tried to contact us and failed, probably because we were in the Shadowfell. It doesn't matter at this point. We need to tell them what we discovered and what we found.
True.
And if they want to hold that against us, well, that's
We're still going, right?
Yeah.
I think we'll be all right. Because we may have missed their meeting, but we were actually out and doing something. Which, if they don't seem to appreciate that, I will more than happily point that out to them. It seems they ought to appreciate action. But I think we'll be all right.
Considering we've answered their question about miners and their question about odd shadowy creatures.
But if we didn't take care of it, wouldn't the creatures have come down to the city at some point?
Either way, I think we'll be fine.
No, I think they will excuse our absence.
And is it me or is it a little less cold?
Actually, yeah, I'm about ready to take off all these extra layers.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting into very late autumn, as we established before. But yeah, if you stop and think about it, it does feel at least a couple of degrees warmer than when you set out. The area that you're passing right now was the area that you had started to see light dusting of snow, and it doesn't appear to be there as much.
So, 3 problems?
Perhaps. Although I think 2 of those problems were linked.
Oh, most certainly. Now, I've got an idea first.
Eventually, as you continue walking, you do see the large towering gate that guards the northern entrance of Zarzith Kittrell looming ahead of you.
Oh, finally.
Keep on moving. I'd like to approach the guard as we get there.
Yep.
The sun is beginning to go down, but you don't feel like you're in much danger of missing the gate as you approach, and there does seem to be it does still seem to be open to you as you approach.
Do I recognize any of the guards?
Yes, actually, the one that you had spoken to a few days prior is there again.
The first one or the second?
The one you had the longer conversation with.
The first one.
I'll approach. Hail.
Well met.
I believe we have solved the mystery of the miners.
He looks quickly at you and then glances behind you as if he's looking for others following.
The
William
miners.
will step forward and rather reverentially hold out the pick.
We came across the mine they were working in. It seems there was something more to this mine than they understood, and it was the unfortunate death of the entire party.
His face falls, and you see him nod to acknowledge the pick. That would be them. Go on ahead. I'm sure someone inside will want to know.
Do we have a count of exactly how many we found?
You guys didn't actually stop to take count, so whatever you recall is what you're going to tell.
6.
I think there was 8.
I thought.
Yeah, I think it was 8.
Oh yeah, there were 2 out by the cart too. There was 8.
There was 4 asleep, 2 by the cart, 1 in its own little area, and then 2 that attacked us, right?
And then there was another one we found on the way out that we hadn't seen before.
That was the one that was
there
in
were
its own.
4 that attacked us.
Oh.
There were 2 in the Shadowfell that did not attack us, 4 more that did. So that's 6. 4 sleeping make 10. And then 2, we saw 2 more earlier in the mine?
I think so, yes.
So that makes 12.
Something
But
like
anyways,
that.
yeah, go ahead, move on in to the city.
Yep.
And as I turn to leave, my condolences to their families and friends.
He nods back at you and says, thank you for the attempt and for at least bringing back news one way or the other.
And Grolyd simply nods and turns and heads into the city.
Yeah, follow.
As you move in, as you may or may not recall, to the right is kind of the ratty, as Whisky would put it, the more fun tavern. Pretty quickly, as you move into the city and across the street is the pit, the temple of the Stormlord. As you walk closer in that direction, you see arms kind of just folded behind, like across the back, is the keeper standing at the top of the stairs. And as he sees all of you and makes eye contact with at least 1 or 2 of you, he simply turns back and walks into the temple again.
Follow him.
I have a feeling we're being summoned.
Sounds about right.
All right. So you head back into the pit.
Follow everyone else.
And I think I'll follow your lead here, Leader Willam. There's a grin on his face as he says it.
Give him kind of a half smile and move ahead.
All right.
Moving on up, moving on up.
You head back into the space that is quickly becoming rather familiar to you. And you move all the way back to the area that you met with him the first time and don't fully see him. So, Willam, your next thought is that very far back alcove where you had your last meeting with him.
Yep. There.
And as you head back in that direction, that is where you find him. I would assume that something held you up. Is that the case?
You would assume for it.
He breathes in deeply through his blue scaled nostrils, slow and deep. It's a cleansing breath, but you can tell he's kind of processing at the same time. Then first, tell me what it is that you found.
And I'll just lay out matter of factly a general sketch of the events. I'm not going to specifically mention vestiges,
Sure.
or any actual personal connection between the creature we fought. Just describe it as an undead white dragonborn and its minions that we found in the Shadowfell, that we collapsed the doorway to the Shadowfell. The shadow creatures should be gone. But unfortunately, none of the miners seem to survive. And I'll show him the pic as well.
When Willam is telling him about the miners and how we found them, I'll actually create a minor illusion of what we saw.
A minor illusion.
Yes.
Exactly.
All right.
I'll just be making smoke silhouettes of the prominent things that Willam
With
was
your
talking
pipes.
about. Yeah.
Should that be playing background music?
This
Yes,
is
you should.
quite an artistic presentation.
Mood music.
I actually look like I don't even pay attention to what they're doing.
Yeah, you may not be even noticing what they're doing.
We're all behind them doing this.
Song and dance.
Yeah.
I'm ignoring it.
Hello, my baby. Hello, my darling.
Face puppets. Finger puppets.
You do hear him comment about the audio visual extravaganza, but you're not even entirely certain what he's referring to.
I'm choosing not to be certain about
Right.
referring.
Well, it does seem that you've done us quite the service. Unfortunately, rules are, as they say, rules. I have another proposition for you.
I'm listening.
You've managed to make it past our first tier of champions. Best to second. And I'll allow you all a one-time access to the council in person. Beyond that, they may still be able to answer your question as thanks. But, rules in this place are meant to be upheld, not broken. I hope you understand.
And he'll just take a deep breath and sigh. And he'll state, after what has happened to you and your people, I understand your need for structure. Even if I would normally be more flexible myself, we are guests here. Your customs apply. As far as facing your next champion, I will confer with my fellows and see what they wish to do. To be honest, and he kind of says, that kind of spectacle, while I understand its importance to your people, it's not the reason why I care. And he'll bow deeply, respectfully, and turn back to his companion.
Okay.
And basically say, okay, here's the deal. They're set by their rules, which since we missed the summons, we essentially missed our shot. Council may decide to thank us for what we've done and still answer our question. Alternatively, because we beat their first tier of champion, if we want to get a meeting with the council face to face, I can face their second tier champion. And if we defeat them, we get a meeting. If I defeat them, we get a meeting face to face. Personally, I don't know that I'm about that. Facing one champion, I'm fine with, but it's not why I took up my book. But if it's necessary, I'll do it.
Is the keeper still within earshot?
He is keeping a respectable distance. Make an insight check.
Dirty 20.
What you've gathered of him so far, Willam would have a better gauge on this than you, but what you gathered of him so far seems to be that even if he is within earshot, if Willam asks to confer, then he is intentionally not listening.
They're very lawful here. And I get that. In some ways, I appreciate it, but in other ways, it can be a crutch. But I think it's a crutch they need.
To be entirely honest, I am disinclined to waste any more time on
I agree with Grolyd.
I agree, and I never took up my blade with the idea of spectacle in mind. To honor their customs once, I was willing, but I have no interest in a gladiatorial contest unless it's absolutely necessary.
Well,
And
as far as we know, that's our only way to maybe get access to where we think this wizard and demon are going.
Does
Right.
it have to be you, Willam, or can it be any of us?
I don't know, to be honest. I'm the one who stepped forward the last time, whether it has to be me because I'm the one who defeated the first, so I earned the right to progress. Maybe. I don't know.
Well, it's worth asking.
I do think there's something to be said by honoring the customs of the people you're visiting. But at the same time, there does come a point, and he actually is saying this, well, no, he doesn't think the guy's going to listen. There does come a point where you also have to give voice to your own truth. I don't know why. I can't tell you a solid reason. But unless it's absolutely necessary, I do not want to step in the pits again.
What about you, Nona?
Saying, I do not follow Core. I respect him, but I do not follow him. And to step into his holy place a second time in that way, I would think disrespectful and have no wish to do.
I'm with Willam and Grolyd on this. We're not prize fighters.
Exactly.
We're here to do a job, not
Yeah.
provide spectacle. If they do not trust us enough to honor us with a meeting, we were obviously taking care of an issue that we were asked to look into, then I see no point in doing it again.
It's
If
almost
they're going
like
to take
they,
their time and drag their feet, that's not for us.
yeah, it almost feels like they don't care about the miners.
I wouldn't
That
say
it's
that,
beneath
Whiskey.
them.
Like I said, they're very. I think Whiskey, after the disaster that befell them, the utter chaos, part of the trauma they've suffered is their need for order and lawful behavior.
This is not
And-
lawful behavior.
Well,
It's inadequate.
Well, no.
You won the right to for an answer to the council. We were out doing something. We even told them what we were doing. So
yes,
that's not an excuse in my book.
yeah, in my book also, but it's their customs. I don't. I wouldn't follow it, and that's why I don't feel the need to press that further. But at the same time, they're trauma victims, and they're dealing the only way. they
Aren't
know
we
how.
all?
Yes, we are. But
I hate
I
to
can
cut
respect
this
their
short.
views, even if I don't agree with them.
I hate to cut this short, but are we of one mind that waste of time and unnecessary spectacle is not what we're interested in.
Yes.
If we go and they
All right.
try to stop us, then whatever befalls is on them. That's what I think.
I wouldn't go quite that far. However,
Okay.
I do wish to actually speak a bit of my mind to the keeper. If you would be amenable to that, Willam.
Yes. Come with me.
And at that, Grolyd will spin on his heel and move, not in an aggressive fashion, but, move towards the keeper.
Sure.
Awna whispers just loud enough for Grolyd to hear, and I say, "The wagon."
Willam once again bows with deep respect to the people.
Grolyd will also bow, although
Yeah.
perhaps not as deeply as Willam, but it's not no disrespect.
It's not mocking, sure.
Yeah.
You have perhaps further questions.
No, Keeper. We have reached a consensus. Grolyd here is our elected leader. And as such, even though I was his champion representing us, we feel it appropriate that he speaks our mind. And at that point, I bow again and kind of step back to Grolyd's shoulder.
Very well.
Understanding what admittedly little I do of your customs, I have come to understand that directness and bluntness is appreciated here. So I will be brief. We are not of a mind to engage in the spectacle of another gladiatorial combat. We have done a service for this city, and while we don't require anything in return, we had hoped that it had gained us some goodwill. If that is not the case, we do have other things that are of great import that we must be about. And if the council will not see us tomorrow morning, then we shall be taking our leave of the city. We'll be at the other character. What was the name of the inn? Not the wounded
Bird.
Not the struggling Drake, but the other.
Jagged
Jackdaw or
Jackdaw.
something.
Jagged Jackdaw.
Jagged Jackdaw. We shall be bedding at the Jagged Jackdaw for the evening. If anyone wishes to bring us a message or inquire of us any further questions, that's where they may find us. Before we leave this hallowed place, do you have any other questions or insights for us?
There's another just long, calming breath in and an exhale. And then he says, I know too, most if not all of you, that our ways may seem simple, perhaps even backward. You must understand that our council in some way are the only thing that often binds us together, keeps utter chaos from spreading throughout the entire city and what little remains of our people. They are priceless treasures, even as they themselves do not see them as such. We protect them for that purpose. Making an appearance before the council is a sacred honor for that reason. Very few, even of our people, have that opportunity because we cannot risk the thought of exposing them to any outside entities, whether from within the city or without, that we may wish to destroy everything that we work so hard to put back together, piece by piece, year by year. also know that according to the terms of our agreement, you asked for a question to be answered, not for an appearance to be made. That said, we typically, when sending out a hunting party for any particular purposes other than just mere food, offer a bounty on the number of heads or otherwise brought back. I would be willing to, how do you say, flex in this small capacity if it is a reward that you seek. Beyond that, know that we are eternally grateful, as is or will be the council upon hearing of your deeds. Much of it harder for us to comprehend than others due to the understanding of what was discovered that we had not even yet become aware of ourselves. Much of this will likely have repercussions for years to come, but I do not believe that you'll be here that long. Indeed, from the sound of it, you may not be here long enough for the council to even have a response one way or the other. That is your choosing.
As I've said, we have things to do, but please don't misunderstand me. I don't consider you backwards, just different. There's nothing wrong with different. I had simply hoped that we had earned a little more trust. Such is not the case, so be it.
And Willam will step in at that point and keep her. While information might be appreciated, as far as financial remuneration, to be quite honest, we don't need any money from you more than your people need it. We don't seek it, we don't want it.
I would actually like to speak up here. Donate it to a cause.
Perhaps give it to the families of the miners. They will need it.
Yes. Yes, that sounds good to me.
That I can certainly do. Who, might I tell them, was responsible for such a feat?
Roy looks at Nona.
Grolyd's Raiders.
Grolyd's underlings.
The Forgotten.
The Forgotten, yeah.
Some adventurers.
No, they're forgotten.
I'm good. I don't say, Willam doesn't say anything. He's good with Grolyd's, just some adventurers.
Yeah, and that's what Grolyd said. Just some adventurers.
He nods respectfully. Fair enough. One final thing. And he gestures Willam for you to come a little bit closer as well, and lowers his voice. The rest of this exchange, largely everybody else is close enough. You're probably hearing all of it. Grolyd and Willam, you hear as he lowers his voice, he says, though this is not an official statement by the council, as like was mentioned before, rules are rules. I would say unofficially, the thing that you seek will not be in the place that most would say it could be found. Additionally, the more one searches, the more it is likely its actual place of rest would be discovered, and that would be He pauses, kind of looks around a little bit, and eventually says, problematic.
Understand, Keeper. We will not search. We will not seek it without permission. But one more thing from us. Even if we find we must leave to tend to other business, if what we fear begins to come to pass, and you have the means, get word to us. We will return. We do not abandon you or your people.
Mm-hmm.
We may be far away and it may take time for us to return, but if you have need of us, send word. And if we're able, we will come.
I do not doubt that. As trust was mentioned lacking, know that you at least have mine. That should go for something.
Yeah, and he once again bows very respectfully.
At that, Grolyd bows just as deeply.
Yeah, and understand, Keeper, our decision not to proceed with further challenges was made because we respect your patron, and he looks at the pits, and we respect your ways, not because we disrespect them. We feel it is a greater disrespect to hide from you our own truth in following yours for what might be construed as simple gain. That we won't do. But it is from respect as much as anything else.
At this, he bows back, and when he stands, you hear, "So you say."
So I do. And then bows again, and if Grolyd's done, he'll leave with him.
Grolyd, he looks at you and says, "I will not hold you to that which you have said about returning, but something tells me, should we need you, you'll be around." Since the disappearances, it had only been about a week before you showed up.
If you have need. And he just nods at that.
And he bows again. "I will not keep you further."
Yep, bow, and I'm just waiting for Grolyd to be done.
Yeah, that is it fairly well. And he spins on his heel again and heads on out.
Yep, and Willam bows and then follows Grolyd.
All right.
And we follow.
Oh, what's going on, guys?
We may or may not, in the time that we're left here, which Grolyd specifically pretty much stated, we're going to stay one more night here. And if we hear something that's useful, we'll act on it from then. If we don't, it's time to go on to greener pasture.
So what you're saying is drinks at the Jagged Jackdaw?
No, I'm going to the Rowdy Club tonight.
That is the rowdy one.
Oh, I don't remember the name.
No, the rowdy one is the Drake, the
no.
struggling Drake.
Struggling Drake.
Yeah, Struggling Drake's right across the street from where you guys are now. That's not where you currently have rooms.
Yeah, what's a room? You got it under the table. There's a room everywhere.
Yes.
I would appreciate it if you did stay at the Jagged Jackdaw this evening.
That was my feeling.
And at that, Grolyd walks towards the city gate. Is it still open?
See, at this point, yes, it would still be open. but the last bit of light is starting to fade from the horizon as you head back outside.
Yeah, and I will head out of the city. Go about maybe 15 minutes outside of the city and set up my tent.
And Willam will go back to the jackdaw, and you guys, it'll say, you guys can go to the Drake if you wish. I'll remain at the jackdaw tonight.
I think I'll join you. I've got ideas that I want to jot down.
Hey, Pix, any chance I could get you to identify some of this stuff?
Oh yeah, trust me, I'll be working on that too. But yeah, no, just want to work on something that hopefully will keep ambushes down to a minimum.
So Pix and Willam are headed to the jackdaw. Grolyd is heading out the north gate, and as you see him go, you also see Grolyd, the guardsman that you've conversed with a few times, kind of stops you and are you certain we're about to close?
I intend to bed outside the city this eve.
Is there a particular reason?
Space.
The final frontier?
For Grolyd.
Fair enough. Do stay close enough that the watch can help protect you should anything untoward happen.
I will do that. And at that, instead of 15 minutes, I'll make it only 5.
Okay, fair enough. As you leave, you hear him whistle and call up to people that are up higher up with crossbows.
Yeah, don't shoot the guy that's leaving.
What's everybody else doing?
Going to the Drake.
Yes. So
I want to
Whiskey.
see if the piano of my Trinsim, I think his name is.
Simpson?
Simpson.
Yeah. You told us about a fun bar?
Yes.
Let's go have a look.
Let's go have a drink after that.
Indeed. Do that and eat and... Do they actually have rooms there, or should we go back?
No, we'll go back.
Drunk back over.
Yeah,
Okay,
Whiskey,
we'll
you
back.
know that the open floor space is much larger, partially because there doesn't seem to be any actual rooms to rent there.
Right, there isn't any rooms. Just the
Excellent.
bar,
Okay. Then we'll stumble drunk across the street to the...
as I did the last time.
Sounds like a good plan.
Ryohn will actually go back to the jackdaw, and if Pix will identify it early, then I will take it into my room and just kind of meditate with it.
Define it.
Crown.
Okay, thank you. Sure, I can start with this, but if it's anything like some of the else that we've encountered, I won't be able to tell you too much.
I just want to make sure it's not something that's going to hold me down. I kind of show him my ring.
Right. Yeah, just give me an hour.
Oh, we haven't gotten rid of that thing yet, have we?
Ooh, that's trusting the goddess.
Awna's going to actually, hearing Pix being studious, she's going to put on her study cap as well. Gonna grab 2 shots though on the bar and head on up to where I know Pix is identifying and just set one shot down, and I'm gonna get to work as well.
Okay.
Willam will remain down in the common room. He'll eat and drink moderately. But while he's waiting, if a message comes, mostly he's not really focusing on any particular god or goddess of light, but he's praying in general for the miners. He's rather disappointed that we couldn't save them. So he's
Fair enough.
kind of devoting himself to meditating on them and possibly their families and all that tonight.
Yeah, Pix is gonna devote the evening to identifying items, writing in his spellbook, and kind of just communing. Well, not communing. That's not quite. Spending time with Harry, who is still currently a fox.
All right. Awna, are you just kind of being there with Pix, or are you also identifying? I don't remember if you have that.
I am not yet identifying. I'm deciding at the moment, though, if I'm going to start copying identify into my spellbook.
Gotcha. All right, Pix, let me know what you are actually identifying. We'll knock that out first. And are you doing these all as rituals?
Yes, since currently I have no first level spell slots.
Got it. I mean, you could always upcast it, but...
Well, that only shaves off 10 minutes.
Right. It's either 1 minute or 11 minutes. I'm just double checking.
Yeah, oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, I'll use my last 3 spell slots to cast the 1 minute version.
Okay, what are you identifying?
For those, I'll go ahead and, since I promised, I'll do the diadem. Though I know I'm not going to get much out of it.
Why not?
Just a feeling, really. So yeah, the diadem first. Then we'll do. Let's see. We'll do the rod and the clothing that the Dragonborn was wearing. That's what I use for my 3 identifies using. So 3 minutes.
Okay. The first one. The crown itself, it looks different from the picture because of the modification that has been made to it. Yeah. But yes, this is the dormant, low tier version of your vestige.
All right. And yeah, I'll just, oh, well, I'm getting more out of it than I thought. Well, it gives you dark vision for 60 feet, though I don't think that's an issue for you or
Nope.
me. Actually, it increases your dark vision by 60 feet. Now, whether that affects your seeing through magical, your improved version of it or not, I can't say for sure. But definitely worth experimenting with. Now, when you hit a beast, dragon, or monstrosity of a certain ferocity, for looking for a word for challenge rating, when you attack it or grapple it, you can use the diadem or wreath, whatever you want to call it, to cast Dominate Monster. Unfortunately, if it succeeds on the save, it's immune for a day. And let's see. And if you do dominate them, a wreath, a golden wreath, will appear around as a collar on them, or as a crown, I guess, depending on what kind of creature it is, until it is no longer charmed by the spell. And if you try to do it with a second creature, the first one breaks, the spell ends, and it knows that you charmed it. So,
interesting.
Yeah, very, very powerful, but use wisely. Yeah, can't be used on humanoids, but definitely creatures. Although nothing like what we fought in the underwater dungeon, I think.
Right.
But yeah, other than that, it's no curses or anything. I didn't think there would be, but doesn't hurt to double check, I suppose. Although, but there you go.
Thank you. I'm greatly relieved to see it's not cursed.
Yeah. Although, again, didn't think it would be. It did get a nice polish on it from a decidedly good being.
It's nice for a change.
Oh yeah. But I'll get started. I was actually thinking of doing some of the other things that Dragonborn had on him, if you'd like to take a peek.
Sure, as long as you don't mind me sitting in here with y'all.
Oh, no, it's fine. It's nice to have some company while doing this. And so,
Awna's
yeah.
still just in the corner scribbling away at her own little notebook.
Yeah, and again, I've noted her presence.
What's the next one you're doing?
The rod that looked like his.
It is identical. It's a +1 rod of the pack of paper.
Yeah, that's what I thought. And this is actually exactly what you have, Ryan. None of us can really make use of it, but hey, always good to have in your back pocket.
Right, just in case I lose it.
Mm-hmm. And next was the clothes that the Dragonborn was wearing.
All right, let's see. Yeah, if this will show up. It is not going to show up. This one
I say we go with the
is.
Talisman of Ultimate Evil.
I mean, it's pretty close. It's pretty close. This is a double-breasted leather tailcoat made from the hide of 5 different chromatic dragons.
Oh, wow.
The coat's left arm is made from the hide of a black dragon. The right arm is made from the blue. The left tail has a green hide. The right tail is white hide, and the large central back piece is made from the hide of a red dragon and has the visage of the 5-headed symbol of the Dragon Queen between the shoulder blades.
Oh.
It has it gives +1 to armor class.
Okay.
And actually gives you a version of Dragon's Breath that recharges.
Oh, nice.
It also requires attunement by an evil-aligned humanoid.
Okay. Gotcha.
But this is called the Vestments of Tiamat.
Alright.
And it is technically a legendary item.
We need to keep this away from that other individual.
Awna.
You think Awna is copying down identify spells. She's making notes of all the items she's going to shank people for.
You mean shank picks for, since he has most of them? Yeah, this
When's
is...
the last time Pix looked for them?
Right? But yeah, so I go through everything. Yeah, this is bad news. This is, and not something that can be destroyed easily, I imagine.
It is pretty gaudy, though.
Yeah, and it's loud and proud of what it represents. Yeah, not well. I assume not any of us can, or even attune to it. Yeah, let's just fold that up and keep that at the very bottom of packs. And then, yeah, that was well. That's all. That's all my spell slots for the day. Now to do this the long way. But if you want to stick around, you're more than welcome to. Or if you want to get some food and drink, I won't stop you.
Thanks, I may do that.
Yeah, I think
Do you want anything?
Not right now. I think I'll take a break at some point. But not right now. Thank you, though.
Certainly. I'll head on down then and sit with Willam and get some dinner.
As you join Willam, Ryan, he kind of gives you a look with a slight smile. It's like an approving look. He doesn't say anything, but then he holds out a fist to be bumped.
I bump it back.
And then he just goes back to eating and drinking.
And I'll actually just sit quietly while eating with him. Sometimes nothing needs to actually be said.
Sure enough. Pix, are you identifying anything else before we jump to anybody?
I'm pretty much identifying everything we found in the mine.
I know what everything is. I need you to tell me what you're identifying.
Fair enough.
Because if you forget, that's on you, not on me.
Fair enough. The clawed shield that we got off the Dragonborn, the orb, the goggles, I think we already figured out what that was. And then I'll double check to see if the spear, crossbow, scale mail, and bolts are magical in any way.
With detect magic or?
Yes, I still have the wand of detect magic, so I'll go ahead and
okay.
use a
You
touch
can
on that.
take 10 minutes on every single one of those to identify.
No.
None of those last bits of items detect as magic.
Yeah, I didn't think so, but never hurts to check if it's like maybe a +1 or something. Then yeah, I'll use identify on the clawed shield, the orb, the goggles, and pretty sure I know what it is, but it would be good to know how many doses we have for it. The ointment.
There are two uses left of the ointment.
Okay.
You have goggles of night.
Okay. I had a feeling. Uses. Night.
The glass spherical item is a drift globe.
Oh, I was hoping it was this.
UA has one of those.
A couple of our off-game characters have this. Cool.
And I believe the only other thing was the shield, correct?
Correct.
All right. I don't think this is going to show up. Nope. Okay. There's a custom one I've made.
Oh, cool.
This is called the Buckler of the Scaled Tyrant. It's a hardwood buckler overlaid with precious and semi-precious gemstone dust in an outward spinning pattern in 5 distinct colors.
Yep.
There's a polished iron claw protruding from the center of the shield, allowing for it to deal piercing or bludgeoning damage when used as a melee attack weapon. While holding the shield, you have a +2 bonus to your armor class. That's in addition to its normal AC bonus. So this is actually like a +3 AC shield.
Yeah.
Shield also allows for a shield bash attack.
Ooh.
Which would add the shield's bonus to the attack. So a +3 on the attack. And I don't know mechanically if that actually went through or not. If not, keep it the way it mechanically is. But it basically gives you, I've got it listed in the system as a Warhammer. So it's like a D8. But it will give you a shield bash type of attack. You have to be able to equip shields and also use martial weapons.
Okay.
Because that's I think the requirement for a Warhammer is martial.
Yes.
Finally, the buckler contains 5 total charges of absorb elements, 1 for each chromatic elemental damage type: fire, cold, lightning, acid, and poison. Each color charge may be used only once per long rest and triggers as per the level 1 version of the spell.
Okay, cool.
The buckler has to be the weapon used to deliver the retaliatory damage on the next turn.
Oh, okay. I was wondering about that.
So it basically absorbs some of the damage. Like you saw, that part of the shield lights up, and then you smash back with the shield and unleash the elemental energy that was absorbed.
Yep.
This requires attunement by a non-good character.
Okay.
Not specifically evil, but not good.
Correct. And it is very clearly the 5 colors of Tiamat with a giant dragon claw on the front. So, and you gather that that's not the type of thing you could just paint over.
Yeah.
Because it is gemstone dust, not paint.
Yeah.
But that said, technically non-good, not evil.
Yes. Extra damage.
I've got all of this, the vestment, if you actually decide to equip it, and the buckler in the homebrew section. So if anybody actually decides to use it, I can throw it on their sheets.
Okay. All right. I think I've got everything relevant down. Cool.
The other stuff I think is easy enough for people to just look up the way they normally look up an item. And
definitely. And yeah, after that,
there's about 20 bolts from the crossbow.
Oh, good to know.
Actually, roll a d20 plus 5.
Okay.
We will assume it may not be a full pack.
Fair enough. 20 plus 5.
Okay, 16. There you go.
All right, cool. That's weird how it did that.
But d20 plus 5. 11 plus 5 is 16.
Well, no, it's just it put the command after the result, at least on my screen.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, we don't see the command, we just see the result. All right, so that's going to take you the better part of 45 minutes or so, give or take.
Yeah, sounds about right. And then after that, I'll take an hour just to. Well, I'll check in on Awna. Awna, you doing all right?
You turn around and she's actually copying what you have been kind of doing in terms of your ritual, using you as like a example. But she is copying down the identify spell.
Anything else that might interest you? I mean, you can look at my notes if you'd like.
No, I only can do this one for right now.
Okay.
Thank you, though.
I'm actually going to take a break and get something to eat. Do you want anything?
I had my good berry and a shot. I'm pretty good.
Oh, that's right. We did. Completely forgot about that. All right. Well, I'm going to
bring me up an ale.
Certainly.
I only got like 15 minutes left on this, I think.
Okay. Yeah, I'll bring one up for you. And Pix will go to the bar, find Ryan and Willam, sit down with them, grab a drink, and just relax for a bit.
Fair enough. Whisky and Nona. Link, which group did you go with?
I went with the one who went to the Crazy Tavern.
Okay, so Whisky, Nona, and Link. Meanwhile, what are you guys up to?
About 6 glasses. No, I want to take them to the drink.
Right. What are you doing there?
First, I want to see if Stimson's there.
Yep, Piano Man is present.
And I take them over and go, look, this is a piano. If you've never seen one. Hey, Stimson, how you doing?
He looks up at you and doesn't let it playing. Just going to town. It's Nona and Link. It is loud. It's generating quite a bit of noise, but it's really pretty cool. It's not the type of thing that either of you would have ever seen before, even anything remotely close to it. But it's really cool, but it's also kind of hard to talk over it unless you're yelling quite a bit.
Hey, how?
Oh, this is very neat.
You hear, I know, right? Whisky can tell you the story.
It fell from the sky.
Yeah, that's pretty much the story.
Oh, that's cool.
I got a story for you later, Stimson.
He thinks about it a little bit and then says, all right, I'm going to wrap this up in a minute or two and I'll take a break.
All right, and I'll play the next set.
You're on. Nona and Link, you look around. It's kind of a little bit more the greasy bar food. You know, you got like the giant turkey legs and that type of thing. This is not your family style sit down meal that you had at the other place.
It's the only place to get great finger food.
It's pretty raucous here. It is rare to have a moment where there's not some sort of fist fight at some point, but for the most part, it seems to all be in good fun. Nobody seems to be breaking anything, and nobody seems to be getting thrown out. They just
That's why I brought a Nona.
They'll throw a few punches, shake hands, and get back to their cards or whatever it is they're doing.
You're right, Whisky. This is different.
We're so used to sitting in the boring bars. This is a real bar. This'll be fun tonight.
I like your idea of a real bar. What do you think, Link?
It's different.
There's a sign like on the side that says, I don't pee in your kitchen, don't spray in my bar, that type of thing. And Whiskey, that's one thing you haven't seen. All of these Dragonborn are capable of breath attacks, and nobody's drawing weapons, nobody's using breath attacks. It's just good old fist fighting.
Like I said, the real bar. This is where the real town lives. So I'll go up to the bar and I'll pay for whiskey. I'll pay for
Naturally.
Link and Nona and Stimson and myself for the first round.
Okay. You just doing shots? Or are you doing full ales or what?
Full ales.
Yeah, it's basically a silver.
That's no problem. Matter of fact, I'll give him a gold and just say keep it coming till it runs out.
Doesn't even look up, just kind of as he's wiping the counter, just grabs a coin, says done. This is the same guy, I believe, that you had a little bit of interaction with when you were talking with Simpson before.
Sweet. So I say to Nona and Link, drink till the money runs out.
Link is going to see if there's any tavern games going on and maybe join one.
Like darts?
Darts would be preferred for Link.
Yeah, there's a couple games going on with darts in the back corner. There's one set of like 3 different, all of them black Dragonborn at one dart table, and then one of them has a like a mixed variety of colors.
And gnome tossing.
Caber tossing is in the back.
Nona will pass him over gold. Bring out what do you have for food other than turkey legs I see people munching on?
What is it you're looking for? If it's fine dining with a fork, we probably ain't got it. Anything else, it's likely I can scrounge it up.
Okay, bring me out a selection.
A best finger food.
Done.
All the meats.
Weasel feet. Yes.
It takes about 5 minutes or so, but yeah, that's pretty much what they bring out. Is instead of like, have you ever gotten those flights of drinks where it's like a double shot, but like 5 of them stacked side by side on a little platter, that type of thing?
I've seen those, yeah.
It's like a larger version of this, but each of the bowls has it looks like similar meats but different rarities. So you have almost completely rare to almost completely black, and there's just 5 different scales of grades of that. There's a good starter.
It's like
Cool.
potato skins.
Awesome.
Lizard.
Outside a table or a bar, Whiskey?
So we can get. Is there a table available? That's the question.
If you wanted to share with somebody, there's a table available. Right now, the bar is open.
We'll stand at the bar. I'll sit at, or whatever. Stay at the bar.
Okay.
Stimson wraps up around this time, and he sidles up to the bar, takes a seat too. Link, are you staying with them, or are you heading over to one of those 2 dart groups?
I'm gonna head over to the Black Dragon Wardens and ask them if I can join them for a couple games.
Yeah, they kind of look you up and down, and one of them whispers something to the other, and they both snicker and say, "Hey, sure, we'll take your money."
It's pink money.
Food? She offers him some.
And I slide him his drink to Stimson.
Appreciate it. Be surprised how parched you get when you're using your fingers, but, well, you know.
I'm gonna sit there and tell him about our adventure. Because he's one that would be interested. At least about the Shadowfell. We told the guys about the Dragonborn, but
yeah, and he's the one that told you a little bit more about kind of the
and I'll
goings
tell
on
him
around
about
here.
the Dragonborn that we, but the mine's gone, so please make sure that nobody goes up there and digs it up again.
He lets you finish. There's a few outbursts here and there, but he knows not to interrupt a good bard tale. But when you're done, he leans in and says, all right, how much of that is repeatable? And how much of that is like I should act as if I never heard it? Because it seems like there's probably some sort of a fine line between those two.
Well, I want to tell you because you would know. I would leave the Dragonborn out of it and just say that it was like where all the creatures were coming from, and it was destroyed, and basically don't dig it up because bad things are there.
Do you tell him anything about the spires that you were passing? And
no, I don't, because I don't even remember. I just basically know I got sick, and I'm just not leaving that part out of it.
Everything with Ryohn and the Changebringer and stuff too.
Oh, absolutely no.
Got it.
Not
Just making sure.
Because Willam mentioned the Dragonborn, and someone may have overheard. I just kind of mentioned that.
Gotcha.
Because I'm trying to get, maybe someone knows what that really is, so I don't know. Being the archaeologist I am, but Stimson would know because he's been up. He found the piano, so.
Well, word around here from the other group is that particular mine hadn't been open all that long. I think we mentioned that, right? As far as I can tell, they were still trying to figure out exactly what to make of it. They had made a good haul, but there was some sort of rumblings of something odd or something being... I think one of them said too easy. I'm not really sure. And it didn't make sense, but the way you described it almost seems like half of it was dug out for them. So I guess that put two and two together makes four.
It was there. It wasn't a mine. It was... I don't know. It looked like a fortress, but it's a cave. So it's a cave complex. So I don't know.
I mean, what you're describing sounds like a tomb. Someone built a tomb, but wanted to make it hidden enough that you could only get to it if you really knew how to find it.
Well, it's not a tomb anymore.
Or you're unlucky enough to stumble across it, I guess, in our group's case.
Whatever it is, it's collapsed totally from the inside down to the outside. So,
I mean, I guess that's good to know. That doesn't make as great of a tale, but I guess
that we closed off the Shadowfell and the creatures and all that was coming out.
Well, but it doesn't sound like from your story that you figured out why it was there in the first place. Unless you're holding out on me. And he kind of cocks an eyebrow a little bit.
No, I would say you can make that up.
Fair enough. I can elaborate.
Make it exciting. But,
got it. Can do. So
not everything is discovered all the time. Sometimes it's left to speculation.
I've been at this game long enough to know that usually there's two types of stories. There's either the story that you can sniff out as far-fetched and mostly made up. Those are usually stories that were too boring, and so they decided to elaborate as you're asking me to. And then there's stories that toe the line ever so closely to sounding far-fetched. Those are the stories I usually pick up on. The tales that get passed on aren't telling the whole story. And if we knew the whole story, then we wouldn't believe it, but it would be more true.
So what? You want to know who the tomb belonged to?
that's where I'm not entirely certain. If it's something you're wanting to keep a secret, it may be that it needs to stay that way.
Yeah, that's how we're gonna leave it. But
Fair enough.
know that there is a truth out there about it, but it's just not available at this time.
That just makes it part of the mystery as we tell the story. We can present lots of options and let everyone else decide the truth of the story. But only you and your group will know.
Make it enough so that the people don't go up there looking to reopen the mine, because we don't want that.
I think I can do that.
That would be detrimental to this town. Trust me.
That's true. After all we've been through, the last thing we need is, well, especially you said that none of them made it back alive. Last thing we need is for another group to go and have the same thing happen to them.
Unfortunately.
Hopefully, what you say is true and you took care of everything, and we're not going to have that issue again.
No.
But, I mean, prior to this past week or so, we wouldn't have necessarily anticipated there being a problem in the first place. So
now I can't say that the creatures that came out of this thing aren't still out there, like the sturgeys, or you say sturgeys are always there, and then the other eagles with antlers. Who knows? There could be something still out there, but
the sturgeons and peritons are always going to be a thing. A chimera that I've not heard of in quite a while. But not necessarily outside the realm of possibility. The fact that they were following you so closely and seemed to be interested in what you were doing, that was curious. And the fact that they weren't just outright attacking each other seemed to be that they were more concerned about something else other than, well, their natural instinct.
And I told you about the ghouls, right?
Yes. What I'm wondering is if the natural creatures from the area may have been getting displaced by these other creatures that were chasing them out, or at least scaring them out of their normal grounds.
Up in the north, yeah, that's what I was wondering. So.
That's the only thing I can think of, and that makes for a decent enough story that you actually restored the natural order to things.
You might say, until we discover we didn't. But then again, right now, we did. Right?
Well, yes, but every good bard's tale needs an ending, so I'm not going to include your supposition that it's not quite over yet.
No.
I will hope for the best.
Not. Definitive is better.
Nona, a little bit later, you get like this full rack of ribs that comes out.
Sweet.
So far, it's just been straight up meat.
Oh, so the rack of ribs comes with a piece of broccoli, so at least it's got some vegetable.
Little garnish.
It's a garnished. You look at it, and it's like a chicken wing that's covered in green sauce.
It's soaked in the
it's
barbecue.
Just jammed into the side of it, so it looks like it's a vegetable garnish. It actually
but it's
fell
still
out
more
of
meat.
the
Troll's mouth when he was cooking, but you don't know that. The ogre. Oh, that's where that went.
Link.
Yes.
These three are asking how much you want to wager.
What are they currently betting?
It seems like they're taking each other for about five gold ante per game.
All right, that's actually what I was thinking. So 5 gold is perfect.
All right, so for 4 of you, there's 20 in the pot. Let's see. Why don't you roll? We'll try to speed this up a little bit. Let's do 3 d20s and 3. Let's see. Yeah, do 3 d20s and do 5 sets of that. They describe the game they're playing as 100 Rush. Oh, sorry. I'm having you do straight. You can roll. I think the re-roll is only for attacks. But sorry. Do add your dexterity modifier, whatever that is. Again, if you're just doing a dice roll, you can't add all those extra stuff.
Okay.
It may be easier just to do just a d20 plus 3 and what is 15 times.
You mean a d20 plus 6?
Yeah, d20 plus 6 and do it 15 times. Yeah. Or we'll just do it in sets of 5. Do sets of 5. So d20 plus 6 5 times. I'm trying to figure out a way to make it so we're not having to do just multiple rounds over and over again. Okay, so you're 13, 19, 18, 17, add those up. The 25 will count as a 25. If you get a natural 20, that'll count as 50. So anything over 20 will be like the outer ring of the bullseye, and then a natural 20 will be the inner ring. So basically you add all 5 of those numbers up. Interesting.
Muted.
We're adding all 5 up.
92? Okay. One of them has 25, 50, sorry, 45 and 30 is what, 75? Is that right? Somebody check my math. The 21 is actually 25, then 15, 12, 15, 8. Is that 75?
Yeah, 75.
All right, that's 30, 44, and 56. Is that right?
Why not just use D&D Beyond roller?
That's it. 56.
Yep, D6.
It's not going to add anything up anymore.
Yeah, I thought it did.
What are you doing, Link?
I thought you said to do multiple sets of 5.
Well, they got to finish their first round at this point.
Sorry.
All right, 27, 18, 45, and 16, 61. Is that right?
Yep.
All right, Link, you are pretty close already with your 92 of hitting 100. Here's the trick. As you get really close, they say, whoa, 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 whoa. You know how to play 100 Rush, right?
Yeah, fastest to 100 even wins.
Ryan, you know what happens if you go over?
Try again.
You go back to 50.
Okay.
So you only have 8 left. I will allow you to roll your d20 and either add 6 or subtract 6 from your roll. Give you a little bit of fine tuning here.
I assume I have to choose before I roll, though?
No. Make your roll and then decide if you're going to add or subtract. It may not matter. It may still go too high.
I think I'll subtract.
All right, 14 minus 6 gives you exactly 100.
Which is ironic, because I was going to choose subtract either way if you made me choose it from the beginning.
It was the safer one if you needed a single digit, yeah. You hear groans, those of you at the bar hear groans coming from the corner where Link is, and you see him pocketing 20 gold coins, and they kind of nudge you and say, you're too good, and we're too drunk.
That's our Link.
Yeah, pretty good aim.
You can even it up by getting drunk and then playing it.
I could even it up by stepping back 100 feet.
You don't have 100 feet. You could maybe step back another 10 before you start tripping over chairs and a table behind you. Plus, darts only have a short distance of 30 and I think a long distance of 60.
Yeah, something like that.
It's not your longbow. Although I can imagine you trying to figure out how to notch the little dart in the longbow.
I might be willing to pull out my short bow for that.
Grolyd, is there anything in particular you'd like to accomplish out by your lonesome? Or are you just needing some me time?
Grolyd is just, like I said, writing the note to Dahan, letting him know everything that's gone on, and he's gonna eat some rations and then sleep.
Fair enough. Those of you back at the Jackdaw, particularly the ones settled in at the bar there, is there anything that you're wanting to accomplish?
I after a little bit, I get grab a drink and bring it back to the room to give to Awna. And then I'll just spend some time with Harry and write down in my spell book just these ideas I've got kind of floating around. Try to make sense of the equations.
All right, fair enough.
So yeah, Awna, as I'll come in not too long later. It's like, don't actually know what you like, but got you an ale.
Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you. I'm just wrapping up with this. I have some other things I'd like to work on my own research.
I do too. I've been thinking about what we've the last few days, what we've been encountering, and I think I've got a few ideas to at least make our arrests a bit more safer. Just need to work out the equations.
Interesting. I've been working on, I think, identifying certain individual adventuring types a bit more.
Oh, you've made progress since I last asked about it?
Yes, I have actually. I think I might have one for you as well.
Oh, do you?
I think so.
Well,
if you want to focus on your research, though, go right ahead.
I can take some time to listen to this. I'm curious.
You don't need to. You don't have to indulge if you don't want to, or if it's.
It's Awna, you're my friend, and quite frankly, I think what you do is fascinating, if not quite as attention grabbing as what I work on. I'm happy to listen to you.
Well, I could be wrong though. I think I don't know. I had two things for Grolyd. One was a constellation. One was actually kind of an absence of where a constellation should be. It didn't seem quite accurate. But
well, that's just what research and trial and error is for. It's you're not always going to get it right the first time, but that just means you have to keep trying and or try new things. It's all about practice and not letting the failures dissuade you. Only learn from them.
yeah, I feel like I'm close, and I'm gonna just point out on my star map 2 picks, kind of the area, like showing him the wagon-esque constellation, and then showing this kind of emptiness. And I say that this is called it's almost its own constellation between stars, if that makes sense.
Oh, interesting.
This one particularly is actually called the Shadow Knight, but it didn't seem to be as applicable to him as I thought. So maybe some other time, or maybe something else. But he seemed pretty adamant about the wagon, which is a good sign.
Oh, yeah. Very interesting. Huh.
But I think, I can read yours if you'd like.
Certainly. Anything I need to do, or?
Yeah, I need you to hold on to my map, and when you do, you'll notice it start to turn. That's to be expected.
Okay. So yeah, Pix will very gingerly hold it, like he's handling his own spell book. Well, maybe not. He can be a little rough with it, but he'll very, very carefully hold it and just kind of position it however Awna needs it. So it's like this.
Yeah. Now the first part will be about you, and then the next part will be the constellation and what that means. And then the last part will actually be something of, well, for today, but today is getting a little late. But go ahead and roll a d12, a d7, and a d2.
Right. $12. $7. And D2. So that's 11, 6, and 1.
You were one away from max on each of those rolls.
Oh yeah, it was.
All right. Let's see. This one is just what I'm categorizing you to start with.
Okay.
You're really fond of the unseen world. You might be interested in creation, such as creating new things as craftsmen or science of the sort. You want to know how things work, but you have a comparatively low self-esteem, and it defines you by your achievements. Or you define yourself by your achievements. This sometimes puts too much pressure on you, but you enjoy flaunting these achievements and your intellect, but it sometimes is misunderstood as arrogance. But in reality, you're a nice and caring person, only a bit clumsy with social interactions. The constellation here is called the Thrush. It is ironically a bird, but it defines your destiny to be free, that you will soar across the world exploring different reaches, never tied to any one place. Your fate is simply not to be bound by one. As far as today's particular thing, it was to bring a promise for new self-expression based on recent developments and what's coming in the next portion of your travel. Now is the time to bring creative passion projects to life and to step out of your own stage to boldly declare who you are and what you bring to the table.
Huh. That is interesting.
Does that speak to you in any way? Any of these? All of these?
It does. Today, my time here is certainly, maybe not even day or here, but I can't say I'm the most sociable or eloquent with my speech. No, I think to an extent all of that speaks to me. I would say you were very quite accurate.
Now these things are kind of tied to the stars. I'm not so much strictly an astronomer like some of my family members are, but if you are ever looking for a new thought, I'm trying to tie different, lunar cycles. Somewhere the seasons obviously translates to different constellations that are in the sky. Handful of other things, but if you're ever looking for a new one, I can provide some different ones in the future, but the first two are set for you.
Interesting. Huh. No, this was quite fascinating, and yes, quite fascinating. And yes, I think almost certainly craft, as it were, some new spell work. But yes, no, thank you.
You're welcome. I will leave you to it with your own work, and I'm gonna head downstairs.
Right. As at least as last I saw them, they were by the bar. If you wanted to sit with Ryohn and Willam.
Yeah, I'll let you concentrate.
All right, thank you. And then after all that, Pix will get working on his notes, and then maybe later. Actually, no, he will later once he's kind of had enough of that. Will summon up Harry and just spend some time with him. But that will be all Pix does for the rest of the evening.
All right. Willam. Do we have a Willam?
Yes.
At some point during the night, you get a familiar voice in your head. You hear 200 gold recompense for each family. Scars recommend if enemy trying to find Voragol, lead elsewhere or stop first. Location, not location. See barkeep.
Understood.
You get a follow-up. Do not lead here. Town would not survive.
Understood.
Secrets safe now. Scars grateful for help. Much respect.
Understood and will comply. Go to the barkeep.
Can I help you with something?
I was told you might have something for me, some information or something.
Ah, indeed. As he's wiping down the counter, it looks like he's clearing cups and bowls and everything, and does a pretty thorough job of just kind of sweeping everything off. But as you look down, there's a platinum piece sitting in front of you with a kind of an odd shaped stamp. It doesn't look like it's a coin.
Gotcha. Take it.
It has stamped on it kind of some of the other emblematic signatures that you've seen around Zarzith Kittrell, very draconic looking, but it also has the picture of an anvil stamped on it.
Okay. Does that mean anything to me?
Make an insight check. Which I think you can potentially do with advantage with that ring of yours, right?
I think so, yeah.
It may be once a day or once a short rest or something like that, but you haven't used it yet.
Nice.
Total?
17 total. What occurs to you is, I believe it was you asking around, and if it wasn't, it was at least a conversation that the group had in general, looking for a craftsman.
Correct.
In the area, and they said that you were basically given the idea that there was one, but you had to earn access to him.
Yeah.
It seems like you may have just been given a token for access.
Understood. Hang on to it. Well, I'll ask the barkeep. Is there a particular place this needs to be delivered?
Inquire at the general.
Understood. And is it access for one or access for the party?
You'd have to ask him.
Understood. Thank you. Anything else or anything I can do for you?
You all have been quite the guests, and from what I can tell, you seem to have helped the town quite a bit as well. So, drinks for the rest of the night here are on me.
Thank you.
Ooh.
Anything Whisky, you and Nona and Link would like to accomplish at the Drake before heading back to the Jackdaw?
Not that I can think of. I was there to accompany Whisky, get drunk, and have a good time.
Yes, just to shake off all we went through.
Yep, that definitely is doable here. And the
Link
other
had fun.
Yeah. He fleeced a few people for some coin.
I was gonna say, I definitely did better at that than I should have.
I enjoyed watching it. And the fight.
Yeah, it's a little easier to kind of let your hair down. It felt like at the other space, at the Jackdaw, you guys had to kind of create your own excitement. It wasn't really meant for, the big body tavern, dance around type of thing. So you had to kind of generate that for yourselves, which was fun in and of itself. But this is the type of space where you can't help but either have quite a bit of fun or be extremely annoyed the moment you walk in. You guys have chosen the former. And so, yeah, it's not too hard to, at least for a couple of hours, forget the harrowing experience that you went through previously.
Yes. Yes. To forget the towers that I had to deal with. Yes. Much fun.
Yeah, Nona, you'll notice every once in a while, almost instinctively, without he may not even realize he's doing it, but kind of just like rubbing his temples. Whisky is.
Still got that headache hanging on, huh? Need a good scratch behind the ears?
And no. I'm good, thank you.
No, but yes. Ryan, anything other than just kind of quietly sipping away at the bar?
I actually would eventually go upstairs, sit cross-legged on my bed, and just kind of hold the crown and contemplate it, basically.
I will be king. I will be king.
I didn't really have much time to do that when I first got the gems. This time I'm going to actually kind of, I don't know, mentally meditate on it.
Okay. Make a religion check. Okay.
That would only be a 13, not my strong suit.
13. You get the impression that this is the type of vestige that has the potential for great harm or great good. That in the state that you possess it, it is almost a neutral type of vestige. Even though it bears the colors, the chromatic colors of Tiamat, and it's been changed in the way that it has, it seems like it rests on you to decide whether it's going to be used for good or for bad at this point. There are certain ones that you've heard of. Bards tell tales of vestiges from 20 or so years ago that have been used to fight off groups like a large conclave of dragons and even larger threats that threatened all of Exandria. And there are tales of others like the ones that your group has already found that are very tailored to a particular deity and are very tailored to a particular type of person. Ones that will only work for those who are followers of good aligned deities, and some that are so evil that you may not necessarily have to be a follower of a particular betrayer god, but you would only want to possess it and make use of it if you were that type of person. What strikes you about this is whether the Changebringer was able to modify or nullify some of it. You're not entirely certain, but it seems like this vestige in this moment is almost a neutral item for you, which seems like is very fitting for the place that you're in right now. That you seem to have a clean slate, and perhaps for the first time in this life, for the first time in multiple lifetimes, you feel like your path is 100% your own to make of it, and yet you still have this veering toward good, veering toward evil, and it still remains to be seen the direction that you choose.
I will kind of rub it where the gems used to be, and then just kind of whisper to no one in particular. So what do you think about that, Dark Lady?
Have to toy with it, don't you?
You get no real response. You do get almost like the slightest bit of cold sweat of don't push it, but it's a calming, almost a calming voice that follows, and it's one that you've not really heard before. You hear just that don't push it, and that quick cold sweat subsides, and you hear just simply take the next right step.
Yeah, maybe thumping the dark one is probably not the best idea, but since she tricked me into accepting it, I feel kind of like letting her know, haha. But yeah, I'm not gonna put it on quite yet. I don't know if I'm ready to start something at this point.
Fair enough. With that, for the evening, I will assume Whisky and Nona make it back to the Jackdaw, but unless there's anything else that somebody would like to accomplish tonight, this is a good time to stop for the evening. It's a little earlier than we normally would, but we also have time change tonight, and it's a good stopping point.
Yes.
Any final thing anybody would like to do?
Nope. Go.
That's a good place.
Yeah, that's good.
All right. Fair enough. Well, with that, thank you for joining us. I appreciate everybody sticking around. I hope you liked the walkthrough of the level ups. That's good for everybody to kind of check in, but I think it's also fun as a listener to know kind of how the builds are going. And that also means I'm going to need to update that page that has everybody's stats on it, because at least a couple of those have changed.
Hey, yeah.
All right. Well, until next week, stay safe, be good to each other, and have a good week. We'll catch you later.
Bye.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye.
Good night.